17 waiting.
And we are live. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
I
Hello.
see. I see so many people already in chat hanging out. I see Thorn and Feffy. Y'all are always a little early because I'm always a little late. We're always a little late. um, and hey, Lisa Marie and Stinky Eggs and Sarah. I see Daisy and Angie, Christine, Jamie. So many people. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, for coming over. If you happen to be watching this on the replay, I want to quickly remind you the live chat is kind of where so much of the conversation happens. And I always try to highlight comments on the screen, but if you're rewatching, if you can open up the live chat, that's a great way to follow along. Sometimes it's not always there if it's early after replay, but this is my friend Alex, Sincerely Alex Makeup over on Instagram. She's been on a couple times, but always a fun time. Do you want to introduce yourself, Alex?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for spending some of your day with us. I really appreciate it. I am mostly active on my Instagram in terms of posting, but I watch a lot of YouTube. I'm always happy to make little appearances in live chats with Emily and Audra and Kara, and it's always such a huge honor to be able to come on to Emily's channel and be able to have these conversations and be able to put a little bit of my own thoughts and opinions out there. And, I'm really grateful for being able to have this time to hang out with all of you.
Speaking of, hey Audra and Millie and Naomi, so many wonderful people are here. Thank y'all. So today we decided also like the stream, share it with your friends. As Audra put it, pass us around. But definitely go check out Alex's Instagram if you don't follow her already. Everything is linked in the description box. And there are some other bonus resources linked down there that we'll probably talk about throughout the chat. So I don't know. I feel like I'm going to give you the claim on this idea, Alex, because I don't know. I feel like you came up with the idea of talking about Colourpop and everything that's been going on with Colourpop. And so that's kind of that's the topic for today. We called it the fall from grace for Colourpop, or the fall of Colourpop. And I'm just
I see that Millie's here and Audra and Amy.
Great tip from Sneaky Eggs. Hey, Amy. Oh yeah, live chat is like it shows you everything. Top chat is where YouTube wants to like pick the best things to show. Not so much fun. Hey, Irene. Popcorn, yes. And yes. Lick and scribble. Lick and scribble. That's a very like Nisi Pisa, like scribe.
Yes. Love that.
Okay. And Jamie has a good line to get us started.
Yeah, totally. So the idea for this mostly came from a lot of places. So I felt like this needed to be talked about ever since Colourpop took forever and a day to address the hashtag ColourPopMeBlack campaign started by Neon MUA and Killer King. Because to my understanding, the hashtag campaign started back in April and Colourpop didn't address it until June. And so I felt like that was a huge misstep on their part, because the whole purpose of the campaign was to give Black creators more of a platform on Colourpop's Instagram page and other social medias. I feel like they have lacked in being able to show a more diverse collection of Black creator content. They have a lot of the same Black content creators over and over again.
Oh no. We have a frozen Alex. I'm sorry, y'all. The internet has been rough lately. Wait. Are we froze? What's going on? Wait. Sorry, y'all. I'm not sure what's going on. Okay, I see the chat moving now. Are people still here? Do you still see us? I see the chat on my phone, but I just want to make sure. Okay, Alex popped out. Hopefully she will come back into the studio. Always a fun time with the internet during the pandemic is what I'm gonna say. So I know Alex was talking a little bit about Colourpop Me Black. So I actually linked. So Neon MUA and Killer King both have Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube handles. I have them linked down there. And right after Cancel Pop is trying to hack the live. It's always something. Okay, I see Alex in the in the back. Let me add you. Okay. And welcome to you, by the way. T in with the Cancel Pop is trying to hack the live. Everyone in the shower.
Oh my gosh.
It's also storming here, so it like just started like 10 minutes before we started. So who knows what's going
Yeah,
on?
it's like scary windy outside right now in the Bay Area.
Okay.
So I don't know if that would have knocked out any sort of like internet connections. But as I was saying before the internet rudely interrupted me,
Yes,
Cancel Pop is
exactly.
trying to hack me and my life. What I was saying was that the campaign was going on for a really long time, and it took Colourpop forever to take notice of it and to own up to it and to actually start just doing the thing that people were asking them to do. And so that alongside just everything, like I was always someone who was really into Colourpop, and it wasn't until recently that I started subscribing to Black creators that were more vocal about Colourpop's shortcomings that I finally had my eyes opened to Colourpop's shortcomings. In my head, I always thought like because they have, concealers and foundations and powders and stuff like that that seemed to work on people with dark skin, that in turn meant that they were inclusive, and that's not like it's not that simple. Like it all comes down to who they showcase on their social media platforms, people that they collaborate with, pigmentation or lack thereof of their eyeshadows. And so there were just a lot of things that I was like, okay, I kind of want to take a step back and reevaluate things as someone who has a lot of Colourpop in my collection and kind of figure out where I want to go moving forward in terms of holding the brand accountable, not giving them my money until they kind of shape up or ship out. So that kind of brought me to this idea of, okay, Colourpop is a huge brand in the beauty space on YouTube, on Instagram, on Twitter, on TikTok. Like they are everywhere. They have made a huge name for themselves, and they've changed up a lot of how people view like product releases, timing of releases, affordability of releases. They really change the way that a lot of people view beauty. And I feel like a brand that has that much influence needs to be more receptive to this type of criticism. And so I felt like it was a good idea for us to have this conversation about where they are, where are they going, and how do we as consumers want our relationship with Colourpop to change.
Yeah, because Colourpop has set the tone they've totally set the tone in the community in ways that I'm personally not. I mean, I've been pretty critical of Colourpop. Maybe not. I feel like it's been for at least a year. I don't know. I've understood their popularity, but I've not really felt connected with the first it was the amount of releases. And that was even earlier. Yeah, that was early on. That was for me early on, meaning like a year ago. And then it only ramped up from there. And I think there are things that are happening, Colourpop's doing in the same way that we saw Forever 21 kind of create this fast fashion and how toxic that is. And Colourpop has said they want to be the fast fashion of beauty, which is a whole other level of like just in my opinion terrible. But I just think that because they do have so much power and influence, the fact that they are obviously not using it, I don't even want to say for good. They're just not using it in any kind of equal way. Obviously, they're a corporation, they're a company, they're a business, they want to make money, but that's why we need to stop giving them our money while if they're gonna keep up with this nonsense. I also just wanted to welcome, I saw Faye come in. Hello. And I'm just gonna catch up on the comments and see if there's anything. Yes, all of the things happening in the world for bad uh bad internet. Yeah, the inclusivity doesn't stop at shade range. That's not the only thing. That's not the only thing that's important. Wait, I just want to see what else. I just think that they do have. Oh, this. Christina says, even if brands have good ranges, you never see deep shades in stores. My Ulta carried the Colourpop tinted moisturizer, but only had light and medium shades in store. You don't see, let's say they released richer tones of their blushes or of other things. You don't see that in the stores. You see the most popular sellers, but the reason they're the most popular is because you've marketed yourself towards white people,
Right.
and your products are not, compatible for dark skin tones.
That's how I felt when we brought up
This.
the whole availability of deeper shades in stores. I feel like I made a comment in one of your live streams with Kara and Audra about that older video from Stephanie Nicole where she was talking about how limited shelf space is what contributes to lack of availability for deeper ranges.
Yeah.
But someone that I follow on Instagram, her name is, I think, Sort of Scientific, and she was doing a whole Instagram story analysis about clean beauty brands and how bullshit it is that they don't offer deep shades, regardless of whether it's like a storefront availability or not. She was basically saying, like, she was basically saying, if you don't have that much shelf space, then why don't you just distribute things more evenly across the spectrum rather than having it so heavily represented on the lighter end? Why don't you have, okay, we'll cherry pick a few from the fair range or light range, and then we'll pick a few from the medium and a few from the deepest end of the spectrum. And if people need to mix, like, at least they have all categories represented. You might not need to have all of these in between shades, but at least having a better distribution of shades widens the scope of your consumer.
And here's the thing too, is that a lot of these, like in terms of like displays, a lot of these displays could be redesigned. I'm not saying every store has a ton of back storage space, but every store does have storage space. You could have more spots for shades with fewer physical products out there. Yes, you would have to restock a little more often, but there are ways to design it where you can have space to show more of a display. But I completely agree with what you're saying about like more of a spectrum, because if you have 40 shades, you only have the first 20 in store. There's still 20 shades in store. So you could just split it up. And then again, you're showing options for people. Even if they swatch something and they're like, okay, well, I'm not this shade and I'm not this shade, but I know they have these two online and I could buy one online with more knowledge rather than going in completely blind. Yeah, well, that's the thing, is clean beauty should be accessible to everybody, or at least to people at the price point. Because I understand that clean beauty is at like kind of for a lot of brands is at like a different level, but it's just like luxury makeup. Luxury makeup should be available for everyone, whether your skin is as pale as somebody like me or Amy, or as deep as anyone out there that's looking to get into makeup.
Yeah, on Thorne's point, if you go back to it, I think well, okay. I think that clean beauty is kind of a scam in the sense that they are banking off of people's fear of things that are toxic and chemicals and like
Yeah, absolutely.
clean washing or greenwashing is a huge problem that a lot of like newer beauty brands that want to be more on the natural side, they use that and they kind of tie into this like fear mongering of
Yeah.
certain ingredients. And that's not to say that it's not a good idea to formulate without certain ingredients, because when I think about formulations in the US versus how they are in scams should be inclusive. That's true. I don't know. But what I was saying was it's one thing for brands in the US to formulate without certain things, because if you look at like US regulations versus European regulations, it's a widely known thing that the EU chooses to formulate without a much longer list of chemicals and other substances than the US does. So if brands want to, kind of take that example, then that's fine. But don't try to say that like this ingredient is better than the other without proof, and to just bank on people's fear of the unknown, because a lot of people are not scientists. They don't know that these things are perfectly acceptable for usage. But going back to the Instagram like dissertation that Sort of Scientific was doing, she had a really good point. She talked about how Bare Minerals was one of the first clean beauty, like technically a clean beauty brand that did mineral based makeup, and they came out in like 1995, and they had an inclusive shade range from the beginning, and they've continued to expand things in their complexion range. So and then she also talked about range beauty, and how range beauty, like, she admires that although the brand owner didn't have that much money, like she started the brand with only $150, and in doing so has been able to create formulations that take into account people with dark skin. And like, what is Ilya's excuse? What is Lawless's excuse for not including these people in their products? Like, if a small brand that only had $150 to begin with was able to nail it, what excuse do these companies that rake in millions every year have?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is I think if you're good enough to be in Sephora, you don't have an excuse. And I don't even think that's an excuse anymore, because because here's the thing now, is that so much selling is happening online. So guess what? The warehouses that these products are stored in, there's no excuse. There's room for 40 shades, or there's room for 30 more inclusive shades. And yeah, I do think that like clean beauty, I think it is a scam. I also think it still should be available. And I think it's a fair approach to the concept of putting like the stuff that you're putting on your face every single day. But I do think that Bare Minerals is an interesting one, because I think it was a very sheer but buildable, like, because I used them for a while. I don't know if I would necessarily. I mean, I guess maybe when they launched that was inclusive. I think it's like, yeah, I think it's a cool example, but I also think I don't know. I haven't looked at their shade range. I still feel like they're a little bit. I don't know. They just feel behind in the times in a lot of ways. But I think that's because a lot of the products that they release, like the other color products, the cheek and the eye products, seem like very beige and not very dimensional. Yeah, I don't understand how luxury and like these high-end clean brands can charge so much for what they're doing. I get that a lot of these products are made with higher quality ingredients that cost more, but that doesn't mean you can't invest that back into your research.
Yeah. Oh my.
So and that's okay. So Colourpop. So to kind of go back to Colourpop, Colourpop gets a lot of praise being made in the U.S. Kind of supposedly. I'm saying supposedly because I don't necessarily know for sure. Supposedly they don't have a lot of waste, because they make small runs and they can produce things really quickly. So theoretically, that is different from, let's say, the Forever 21s of the world. At the same time, I would not be shocked to hear that, because their price point is so low that it's like, how is that feasible? because the bottom line with them is they're still a business. They still need to make a
Mm-hmm.
certain amount of money. And even if their, let's say their um, markup is lower than what a lot of retail brands would be, it's still gotta be high enough that it makes me wonder how you make a $12 plastic packaging with mirror 9-pan eyeshadow palette and pay people somewhat fairly for America, because I've realized that
Yeah.
we're pretty fucked here. um, also, hey Chris, welcome. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Uh, yes, this is what makes me think of. This is again a case of, oh, it's cruelty free, but is it cruelty free to humans though?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I think here's the thing is that, you know, I don't know specifically how they treat their staff. I also don't know how Maybelline and their factories treat their staff, or how Natasha Denona and their factories treat their staff. But to me, there's so much more with Colourpop. It's like once you start actually listening to Black makeup lovers, you'll realize how long Colourpop's eyeshadow. I mean, I feel like nobody from people that I've listened to, very few Black makeup lovers have been like, yeah, their eyeshadows are amazing. They've always had issues with them being ashy, with colors that look like they should be deep and pigmented, not showing up on their skin that way. So it's like, not only do they make a lot of palettes that are very beige, very pale, in my opinion, but then when they do make deeper colors, they're not even putting in the work to make those colors actually usable and exciting for Black
Yeah.
people and for people of color. Um, yeah, exactly. This is you. So that's like the yeah, yeah. And I agree with this, Faye. Isn't it more ways so many releases and eventually we declutter all the dupes because they dupe themselves? That's another reason why I really dislike Colourpop, is because they continue to dupe themselves.
Yeah.
And I remember like a year ago, I think Lacey, Spooky Lips and Fat Hips, like consolidated all of her Colourpop palettes into one palette. Because if you didn't know, their palettes are magnetized, so you can take the shadows out, move them around. And she had like 12 palettes, and like half of them were overlaps, and probably
Mm-hmm.
more than half. And it's like, yeah, that's been going on for years, actually. Yeah. Um, it shouldn't matter how they produce the way Colourpop is turning out product. Consumers will have a stockpile, or products will expire and be unusable and destined for the trash without use.
Hmm.
Okay, also, Colourpop doesn't really doesn't I don't think they test a longevity of product, because Jelly Much shadows dried up. Hey dude, stop scratching my chair. Whatever. Cats. Um, hey Olivia, scientist in makeup. But yeah, Colourpop I feel like is a brand that doesn't test the longevity of their products. So like the Jelly Much shadows, all these things that they're like, yeah, let's just release it. And then you're like 6 months later, you're like, well, this completely changed, or this dried up. Their liquid lipsticks for me always went bad the fastest of my collection. The satins, the mattes, even the glosses. I just, yeah. Oh, there never seems to be a large amount of POC YouTubers on the Colourpop PR list either.
I know.
And what I mentioned the other day in the live we did with LGG, they collab with people of color, but would those products work on the people they're collaborating with? In a lot of cases, not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's weird too because I know that they've done collaborations with like Karuchi and Makeup Shayla, and I don't know. Oh, and Ella Ree. Why did
Yeah.
Ella Ree get shortchanged and only get collaborations to do lipsticks? I feel like they missed an opportunity to collaborate with her on something that would have been more special, I guess.
Was that pretty early in their? I feel like that was a little bit early in the Colourpop
They did too.
like career, because I remember hearing about it kind of recently, and I would agree with what T is saying. But I remember hearing about it kind of recently that it was like, because I feel like I heard somebody talking about how excited they were to see basically a black collab. But
Yeah.
then since then it's been like, what?
Well, they did two of them with her. I think they did like a lip bundle, like one like really early on, like maybe 2015, 2016,
Yeah.
and then they did another one with her a couple of years
Okay.
later for more lip liner, lipstick combos.
Yeah. But still, but again, the reason why they do that is because they understand that they can make pigmented lip products, but obviously they can't make pigmented eyeshadows at the price point they want to sell them at.
Mhm.
Hey Kat and hey Elise. Yeah, the whole duping themselves, I completely agree about the Natasha Denona bronze. It seems like a huge duplicate. But I think again with Colourpop, they're kind of setting this bar that it's okay and people will buy it. And so now brands that are super expensive and brands that are really cheap are like, well, we might as well just do it. I mean, Colourpop gets away with it. I'm looking also at you, Melt, Natasha Denona, Colourpop. I feel like does Elf do that a little bit? I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know enough about Elf, but um, yeah, that's yeah,
It's so bizarre. For as much
yeah.
ColourPop as I've owned, I don't know that I've ever had a product go bad on me. I don't know if it's specific ones though, because I never owned any of their ultra matte or ultra satin lips, and I've heard people talk about how those
Okay.
expired like 6 months later. I've only
Yeah.
ever owned like their glosses, the lip crayons, and their lippy sticks. So I don't know if that's the case for other people with different products that I've never bought from them.
Oh, so Gray had asked, wasn't there a controversy about how Colourpop gave a couple of Lippies racist names? They named a
Oh,
dark shade. Yikes.
I
Yeah,
did. Yes, that is ringing
yikes.
a
Yeah.
bell.
Also, Satisa Karuchi does not satisfy being a black collab for me, but that's a whole nother conversation. You talked about this. Maybe it was in the Patreon brunch. Maybe that was it. But basically talking about biracial representation versus actually black representation. That was
Mhm.
really informative for me, and I had not thought about it in a lot of ways. But I agree that it tends to be with with women that have lighter skin and not deep skin tones because again, I don't think I don't think they want to make products that work for them, in my opinion.
Mm.
So I wanted to say, um, and this. So I do think that there is okay. So Katya says props to Karen Harris, the best type of Karen. I feel like she's been calling out Colourpop for their lack of inclusivity for a while. This is not. I'm friends with Karen. I love her. This is not attacking Karen, but this is something that Audra has talked about and has kind of rubbed off on me in a good way. I don't want to continue to talk about why a brand is not inclusive while giving them my money.
Mhm.
So you can criticize a brand and say, this should have been a bigger release. This should have been better. This should have been more inclusive. But if you still buy the product, especially right now, June, almost July of 2020, that I don't want to be that person. For me, I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be that person as a creator or as just a normal consumer. And I'm sure I'm still going to have things in my collection or things that are going to come to my door. I'm going to be like, as a brand, y'all could be more inclusive, but I don't want that to be my go-to. Hey Mo, welcome. But yeah, I would say um
Yeah. Oh.
no, I don't
Uh,
agree with that first. I'm not gonna touch Kathleen Lights with a 10-foot pole right now, or maybe we should. I don't know.
oh. Oh God. Actually,
That's
no,
true.
we totally should. But I did want to address Amy's
Yes.
comment. Yes. So if anyone hasn't seen one of Amy's most recent videos,
Yes.
Amy, you can correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. But she was doing an indie makeup releases that went up this past Monday. And she was talking about how it's one thing for people to claim to only buy from brands that are cruelty free, and that there is a certain privilege to being cruelty free and having a lighter skin tone, because a lot of these brands will always cater to people who look like us, and how she wanted to make it a point to start purchasing from brands that are actually inclusive and not just giving brands our money because they made a product that happens to fit us that someone else who has a dark skin tone cannot use, like with
Yeah.
bronzers, for example. Like if a brand comes out with two bronzers and me as someone who is white passing am able to use it because it works for my complexion, it's not the same for me to just give the brand my money and still think that I'm holding them accountable because I make a comment about how they should be more inclusive. Me making a statement by not buying that thing because it doesn't work for people is actually making a statement to the brand, I guess, more
Yeah.
than if I were to actually buy it and then just comment on it. So I appreciate that Amy talked about that, because I do think that it's important, as like for myself, being someone who has transitioned to buying predominantly cruelty free, to examine my own collection and see what changes I can make with my future purchases moving forward when it comes to buying from brands that have proper representation. And
Yeah.
I think when Georgia was still making videos, she had like a 1530 challenge. Do you remember that video?
Yeah, I do, because that was right after the whole Tarte Foundation thing happened. Um, and I thought that was really cool. I think it was she was wanted to buy only from brands that had at least 15 shades of concealer and 30 shades of foundation, and
Mhm.
in like inclusive ranges. And I think that I really appreciated that moment in Amy's video, because even the tone in which, so I think it was Legally Black Beauty on Instagram, was had left a comment on Natasha Denona, one of the posts about the bronze palette, and asking how what looked like a swatch of like an icy light pink in her new bronze face palette, how that was supposed to work on all skin tones.
Yes,
And the
yes.
tone in which the response came in made me feel really, I don't even say uncomfortable. I was pissed off. I felt like the tone of the way the way that they said what they said. I was okay. So I have it right here. So Legally Black Beauty asked, "When will you come out with a cheek palette for dark skinned people? As a consumer, I'm tired of making products work and adapting for others, but not their intended uses. It would be great to be considered as much as you consider your customers with lighter complexions." Natasha Denona Beauty's response was, "This palette is suitable for every skin tone. Stay tuned for the tutorials coming soon. Stay tuned for the tutorials coming soon." When
Mhm.
the swatches are like, oh, wait, no, that's not. When the swatches look super, super pale, like
Yeah.
how is that supposed to work? And I
Mhm.
just thought the tone of that response, no. I shouldn't have to stare at your social media for longer just to figure it out. Although I see the way the chat is talking. Should we dive into the Kathleen Lights thing?
Yeah, one last thing that I wanted to
Oh
talk
yeah,
about when with the 1530 challenge is
yeah,
that I think that I think that it is time for those of us who can to put our money where our mouth is and
yeah,
only support brands that are truly inclusive of all people. And it's not okay for people to just continue making excuses and only buying the things that work for them, especially when you have a larger platform. I think when you have a larger audience, it is sort of your responsibility to understand the demographics of the people that you're talking to. And if you are able to only buy from brands that are able to cater to all skin tones and showcase different skin tones on their social media as well, then I feel like that's kind of our obligation. But Yeah.
And also to listen to Black makeup lovers and Black creators who are criticizing brands, because sometimes
Yeah.
I will see a collection and think, I'm not sure how I feel about that. Like, is that or isn't that? And I'll start listening to the community. And that's why it's important also to, not only because they're making amazing makeup looks and doing awesome content, but it's important to subscribe to Black creators, because it's just like, if you don't hear it within the community, then your community is not big enough. And yeah, the whole like so many bronzer releases, and I'm like, yeah, like Kosas has 3 shades, Tara Beauty has 2 shades, Charlotte Tilbury has 4 shades. Like, I still kind of side eye all of those brands for their bronzers. Even Nabla has skin bronzing powders coming out soon. They have 4 shades. I don't
Mm-hmm.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you can use the bronzer as eyeshadow. That's how you can make it work. Exactly.
Yeah.
But
So the Kathleen thing, did you want to talk about that or did you want to talk about something else first?
oh no, Kathleen. So I okay, so right when that whole video came out, if you don't know, there was a video that came out, what, 2 years ago now, I feel like. Kathleen
Mm-hmm.
Lights saying the N-word. Jaclyn Hill released it to the world, whatever. And her husband was like, don't post that. That was like the clip. Like, she said it. Her husband said, like, oh, don't post that. Kathleen's husband. And it came onto the internet. I was already on my way out from kind of feeling like she was a creator that I cared that much about. And I was just like, oh, I'm done. I'm done here. And I find it ridiculous how she in particular has continued to have the giant platform that she has, and has continued to have the collab she's had with Colourpop.
Mm,
Um,
yes.
I it I mean, I understand it because she is a white passing woman, and she's like, and I guess she's bubbly and seems sweet, but I don't get it in the base of like, no, but you saw her. You saw her say it. It's not a rumor. It's not a supposed. We saw her say it. We heard it. And she's still exactly who she is. She didn't even apologize on her own channel. She, I think, apologized on Instagram.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that whole incident was a really weird time. I know that like I started watching Kathleen not that long before that whole thing happened. I wasn't someone who watched her for a really long time. I had heard her name get thrown around here and there, and I had seen some of her stuff here and there, and then I subscribed to her, and I thought that, she's funny, like she's kind of, she seems like she's a pretty enjoyable person. Everyone talks about how, they love the products that she recommends and that she's never steered them wrong, and she's someone who a lot of folks with like dry skin tones look to for like foundation recommendations and all this other stuff. And so when that video came out, I was like I was taken aback. I mean, I can't say that I'm not surprised because someone in the chat earlier was talking about how it's really like frustrating when people in the Latinx community use the N word. And believe me, it's so grating to hear people around you like say it and like not know that it's not their word to say. And it gets me so mad to think about how people feel like just because they grew up like around a lot of black people and they've been given permission to say it, that still means that it's their place to say it. And so when that video came out, I think that the response was quite mixed. I think if anything, people were really upset at Jaclyn. They were upset that she like
Yes.
threw Kathleen under the bus.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, Jaclyn Hill is such a terrible friend. Like, she ruined Kathleen's life by releasing the snaps even after her Kathleen's husband Danny asked her not to post them. And it's like, was that weird even though Kathleen was the one who said it? Like, Kathleen said it. No one's making
Yes.
her say it. Like, you don't get to insert yourself into a situation that you were not a part of. You don't get to forgive her for
Yeah.
something that didn't happen to a group that you are a part of. So you don't really get a say here. Like, she said the thing of her own volition, and she like gave a really crappy apology. She didn't apologize on YouTube. She said that she was drunk and that that's not how she talks. And and people pointed out, like, it came out so naturally, so it doesn't seem like it's a word that you never say. If you're drunk, you don't just, like, it's not fair to use being drunk as an excuse for using racial slurs. And like, her apology should have been on her largest platform, not
Yeah.
on Instagram. And I understand, because I think at the time, because she lives in Florida, they had to evacuate for a hurricane that was coming. And that's why I think she made like the Notes app apology, because she wasn't able to upload a video at the time. But that shouldn't have stopped you from uploading a video when you got the chance, because
We
YouTube
have
is your biggest platform,
we
and you
have
have,
phones.
yes, and you have your phone for other things. So I'm just like, what?
The, the camera works and you can upload to YouTube from your phone. There's no fucking excuses. And I also didn't know that her family tried to excuse it as a Miami thing.
Mm.
Yeah, and I agree. I remember people being mad at Jacqueline and like, you guys, because Kathleen has this innocent, which this might touch just maybe not quite as toxically, but just kind of makes me think of Shane Dawson. That's all I'm going to say. In that she has this innocent portrayal of herself that she presents to the world, and I don't believe it. And I
Yeah.
always felt like it was a little bit too fake for me. And then that clip came out, and I was like, yeah, okay. Yeah, and I agree, Faye. That in the Arab community we have jackasses just like that as well. Yeah, some of my family is racist as hell, and I'm just like, yeah, yeah. I'm most honest when drunk. Mm-hmm. Kathleen is doing fine. She's still getting those coins with cancel culture is a joke, and because the reality is that most white people just don't care about other white people being racist. They just don't. I mean, I think that a lot of people out here are just like, we don't really care. It's bad. We shouldn't like this, but we don't really care. Yeah, Amanda BB is. If you don't watch her, please change who you're watching.
Oh
Go
my
watch her videos.
gosh, her video, as well as like As Told by Kenya's most recent video,
Yes,
really like hit the nail on the head. It, oh god,
agreed.
you all should definitely watch it. It was really good.
And I agree with this, Ramadilla Rami. I really don't understand why people are so eager to hold on to offensive language. Like, what's not clicking? I'm a hypocrite though, because my favorite curse word starts with a C. I mean, I have a foul mouth. I don't want to sling racist slurs with that. Like,
Yeah.
I will say the 4-letter C word, the drop of a hat, but I'm not saying the N word. Like, just why do you want to have why?
I know. Oh my goodness. And here's the thing.
Rage.
Here's what I don't like about this whole rhetoric between about the what am I saying? What I hate about this rhetoric of, she was in the privacy. I think some people were trying to defend it. Like, it's one thing if she were to say it to someone's face who happens to be black and in a hateful way, versus saying it casually in the privacy of her own home. I fucking hate when people try to make excuses for using words that they shouldn't be using. Just because you're using them in the privacy of your own home and you don't mean it in a racist way, and because you're not saying it to a black person, doesn't mean you should be saying it anyway.
This is why I just made the Shane comparison, because this motherfucker said I have never used a racist slur in a hateful way. This is like what Kathleen is like. Oh well, it's in the privacy of your own home. It wasn't directed at a black person. That doesn't change a thing. It's still wrong. You still shouldn't be saying the word, and you should still properly apologize. So yeah. And this is why I'm like,
Ugh.
yeah, she's still getting her coin. She has her whole nail polish line. I hear great things about the polishes. I think Irene even said that in the chat. Wait, was it Irene? No, Annie. I'm sorry. Just skimming through. um, I mean, there's a difference, but don't say the word. Just don't ever say it. It's still wrong. There is no excuse. Exactly, Diana. Karina, we're talking about Kathleen Lights and how she still gets all these collabs with Colourpop, even though she has been on video saying the N-word.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. The weapon doesn't belong to you. Intentions are bullshit. So that's why I mean I don't know what she's done recently with Colourpop because again I don't care. If I'm being honest, I don't care. I know that she had a collab with Briogeo, with a couple people in the chat mentioned, which was all like essential oils, and Briogeo is a black-owned brand, but I also don't know anything about Briogeo in terms of their any of their shit. So I just
Yeah. Well, also, I was gonna say
yeah.
that I feel some type of way, and it's difficult because Amanda touched on misogyny when it comes to canceling people. And so
Hmm.
I guess it is important to keep in mind, like, are, like, I don't know, I guess asking yourself, are you in a position to forgive someone who has apologized for doing something wrong? And also, are you being harder on them for the right reasons? Because I think some people could make the argument that people are being too hard on Kathleen, that they want to be able to give her a second chance, and that because she's a woman, she might be receiving more hate for this because of it. But it's really up to you. Like, I'm not going to sit here and tell you what you can and can't spend your money on, but I do think that it's an important conversation to have and continue to hold the people that you watch accountable, because if they aren't, then they figure that that's just license to continue having really shitty behavior, because they're always going to be able to fall back on a supportive group of folks who will praise them and continue putting them on a
Yeah.
pedestal no matter what.
I mean, I do think there is misogyny. I mean, I do think misogyny is a huge aspect of it. Even that girl Shay talked about it and compared with Jacqueline, and I thought there were
Hmm.
some good points. But with Kathleen, I was over her content. Generally speaking, I wasn't feeling any kind of connection. I felt like what she did and her apology was shit. And I just haven't been I've also haven't been interested in anything that she or Colourpop has been releasing. So it's really easy for me to just say like, you're in the no corner and you're gonna stay there until who knows when. And I don't really care because there's a billion makeup brands out there. It's just like with Pastel Skeletor. I never wanted to give him my money. There's a million other releases out there. I don't really care. People are like, you're too hard on this person. Because guess what? They made their mistakes and it's publicly in the world. And we all have to deal with that if that happens to us. Obviously, if that were to happen to me, I don't know how I would deal with it. But I'm just like, there's so many other options out there within the makeup industry. I don't need to even give money to somebody who has publicly been shown to be a racist. So yeah, this no, it was no. I find the it was acceptable back then arguments to be suspect. I know I've said problematic things both in the past and present, but racist slurs, yeah. So y'all are bullies and evil. Got it exactly. I mean, but I would also be curious to hear from in the chat, like if people feel like generally speaking, like people being too hard on somebody else, or like when is it time to move on from them. But yeah, and yeah, no, no. Um, with Shane, no, you didn't care.
Yeah. I mean, I forgot whose video I was watching the other day, but they were talking a little they who did they talk about? They were talking about cancel culture, but they were talking about like Laura Lee, for example,
Yeah,
like not no in like in no way excusing what Laura Lee did using
yeah,
the N-word in her tweets and just having really racist shit in some of her Twitter mentions from like 2014. And like people were really, really hard on Laura Lee for that stuff. And you have to wonder, like, is some of it due to the fact is were people being harder on her because she was a woman versus like how hard they would be on a male content creator who said similar things and might be more easily forgiven.
yeah. I do think, again, I think misogyny is a huge part of it. And I wanted to, so Jesse asked, do you think brands and creators will get a do-over in the era of racial reckoning? Will the community be looking at what they do to atone or the sins of the past too much to overcome? I don't, this the era of racial reckoning. I mean, I think what's happening is that everything that's the truth is coming to light. And I think that's really important. And I know for me, even if they're not, okay, somebody like Kathleen, she's not in my radar. I'm not interested in her content. I'm generally not interested in the makeup she's collaborating on. I still like, it's not that I like never would ever check in with them. If it's somebody that is important to me, if it's a brand I'm interested in, if it's a brand I've canceled or a creator I've canceled, but in my heart or in my brain I still like am curious, I will watch, I will check in. Like there's a difference between holding people accountable for their actions and just cancel culture as a whole thing.
Mhm.
There's a difference there. We're all watching. Everyone is watching. There's always eyes on people. So if you find somebody in your life, whether it's a brand or a creator or a friend who has fucked up or not fucked up, they are racist, they're doing racist things, and they are, being hateful, you might keep up with them and see what happens, or you might feel like it's just too much and you just don't care anymore and you don't want to give them your time and your attention because time is money. So, yeah.
I
And
was
I,
gonna
and, oh, yeah,
oh
go
go
ahead.
sorry. No, 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 sorry. I didn't know if you were I didn't want to
No, go for it.
interrupt your thought. Someone said 525, the Ola Chola collab was
Oh, yeah.
problematic, and the Zoella collab too. I didn't know how to feel about the Ola Chola collab because, like, as someone who is like Latina, I didn't know if it was really like my place to decide like if it was a it's weird like even me being included in that community I didn't feel like it was I didn't know if it was my place to say if it was inappropriate or not because her whole thing like Becky G like as a Latina and being Mexican and like dedicating the whole collection to her parents and stuff I thought I was like, it's a little weird. Like, I don't know how I feel about people like, like Makeup Shayla and I Love Sarai doing the promotional shoots for it. Like, I Love Sarai is also Mexican, so I guess, it's her prerogative if she wants to be a part of it or not. But I felt like the aesthetics are it's a little weird. Like, it makes me feel a little weird. And then they got the cease and desist from that indie clothing brand because apparently whoever does trademarking for Colourpop doesn't do their research to see
They
what
do
names they
not.
can use and what they can't.
No, they don't, because
Um,
they had that same issue with their gray palette because it was the same name as an existing colored rain palette.
yeah,
Um,
and then Olivia right underneath said, if you are non-black and don't feel comfortable saying the N-word outside of your friend group, you know it's wrong. Period.
yeah,
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I was trying to say earlier. Like, you saying that you're okay using it in the privacy of your own home, but you're not comfortable saying it around people who are actually black, it's because you know it's not your word to say.
yeah. Or you will get your ass beaten even if you try to say it's a fine word to say.
Yeah.
And of course Thorne said it about apologies said this very well. It's not time to move on until someone feels genuine remorse and actually regrets what they've done. And even then, nobody is obligated to forgive them. And also remember, yes, and some apologies, not all apologies are equal. Some apologies are shit and should not be accepted. And also remember, as a white person, if somebody does something racist, their apology and their forgiveness or their apology is not yours to forgive. That apology is for Black people or for whatever group of people that they were racist against. So you as a white person can still hold them accountable and decide if you feel like, again, for me, I listen to my community. I listen to people in my life that are like, and they'll point things out and I'm like, you are right. And I trust you because you're an intelligent human being who I've connected with. And so I listen to what other people are saying within my community that I trust. And so if an apology comes out and I'm like, I don't know, I'm not sure, I will just listen out there in the world and see what people in my life are saying.
Yeah.
And if you don't have Black or people of color, like if you don't have friends that are Black or people of color, then maybe it's time to expand your friend group.
Yeah.
Maybe you're racist if you don't have Black or people of color as friends. Just gonna say. Oh my gosh, trying to catch up on the chat. Sorry. Yeah. That's true. You can't hold people accountable. They have to hold themselves accountable because it's not genuine change. If it's not genuine change, it's useless. They're simply trying to appease their audience. Yeah. I mean, this is an interesting question. How can someone really atone? Past behavior is going to be brought up even if they do change or do better. Well, here's the thing is that people can still bring up past behavior because you did that. That's true. But I don't know. I guess I just feel like actions are more important. Like how you treat people. That's the thing about being an influencer or being somebody in the spotlight. You might not ever be seen as changed or as a different person to your audience, but you will know yourself what you've done. I don't know, but I'm also not sure how. I'm really not sure about that.
I think, well, as told by Kenya, put it really well in the video that she posted. I think it might have been today about what happened with Jenna Marbles. And she was saying that for her, at least, she can only look at the work that you're putting out into the world, the type of messages that you're putting out with things that you post on social media, how you treat people, and how you demonstrate that you are actively trying to do better. And she was saying that in Jenna Marbles' case, that she felt like Jenna Marbles has shown through her work that she is trying to do better because she's not continuing with the same bullshit. Like she's not saying she's sorry, but then still exhibiting problematic behavior. And she's calling Hannah Smoky Glow made a really good point in her video about how people trying to demonize others who at the time were trying to hold her accountable for the things that she was doing that were wrong, that it's not right for you to completely cheapen Jenna's apology by shifting the blame away from her when no one was even canceling Jenna Marbles to begin with. Jenna Marbles canceled herself, and she was doing the right thing by pointing out specific instances. Here are things that I did wrong. This is why they're wrong. I am sorry, and I don't want this to reflect on who I am today. And so from my understanding, like she tried to to do, she did as best as she could when it came to her apology. Like no one was like running a cancel campaign for Jenna Marbles on Twitter or social media during this entire time. And I feel like going back to Kenya's video, when it comes to having your past actions brought up, if you can say that you are not the same person and everything that you've done since then can prove that you are not that same person, then in Kenya's case, she can only judge you on your work and what you've done since you said you were going to change. And if you have demonstrated that, then the judgment call just falls back on you. Like, are you able to accept that this person through their actions has demonstrated growth?
Yeah, I will say so. So Feffy says no one canceled her. She called herself out, which is what everyone who fucks up should do. Instead of looking for excuses, call herself out and work to change and improve. I will say, speaking of listening to my friends in my community, Audra said to me in one of our Marco Polo conversations how that is still a marketing tactic. How Jenna canceling herself or Jenna apologizing and leaving YouTube for a while, and I would agree with this, is still a marketing maneuver because she has gotten ahead of the curve. She's gotten ahead of any criticism because she knows she's friends with people that are getting, torn down right now, or were friends. I don't know what the situation is. And I do think her apology seemed sincere, and I do think of all of the YouTubers that are out there. I don't even follow Jenna regularly, but I did used to watch her, and I've seen growth, I think, but it's still a marketing move. It's still saying I better take a break, take a step back, and then if shit happens, and if YouTube kind of burns to the ground in the way that a lot of us feel like YouTube might one day soon, she'll be like, well, I was already off there. I already made my moves. And if that doesn't happen and she decides to come back, she can. And she's already made the choice to kind of take this break and apologize. And so I do think while it seemed sincere, it also seemed like it was a very smart move. Yeah, exactly. It's always better to expose yourself and call yourself out rather than someone else doing it for you. No one can use that against you if they know you're wrong. You were wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good PR move. No, I agree. I think it can be a good marketing move without evil ulterior motives. It can be a combination of being tired of YouTube, feeling like she needs to kind of say her due and apologize, but also just get ahead of it so that she doesn't have to deal with people talking about you like Elise was saying. I don't know. Amy asked, do you have an opinion on how she could have apologized and not be a marketing move? I don't, because, well, okay, Sarah makes a good point. It's not an apology if you leave the monetized content up to continue to profit from it. That's more directed at Shane, I think. But with Jenna, I don't know. I think the thing is that when you are an influencer, wherever you are in that sphere, you are your own business. So theoretically, everything you do is marketing. Everything you do is business. I'm curious to know if she monetized her apology video or that video. I think if that's not monetized, and I don't really know how to check that, if that's not monetized, I might feel a little bit less on oh, it's a marketing move. If it is monetized, I feel like it's still all about the business. The way I know she changed is when she publicly called out the Kardashians during a game. Yes, that was really, I saw that clip. So there was some game that Jenna was on, and I guess they were all supposed to pull different cards, and Jenna pulled a card that was a question about white privilege. And everyone else at the table, which were all Kardashians, were like, you don't have to answer that. You don't have to answer that. The one dude, Scott something, the boyfriend or husband, looked really uncomfortable. And she's like, no, that's the whole point of white privilege. I could put this card down and get a new one. That's white privilege. and then like went on and said a little more. So I was like, okay, yeah.
Visions of You had an interesting comment. I forgot if I saw it in a video, but I don't know. I think you could also look at Jenna's apology as like her being a martyr. I think that there was some critique about her apology because she was using the apology video to also deliver the message that she was going to be taking a break. And maybe that also goes back to what Amy's original question was, is like, is there a way that she would have been able to apologize without it being a marketing move?
Yeah.
And I don't know if maybe not saying anything about taking a break, if that would have behooved her, because I think her saying that she was going to be taking a break left room for people to be even more passionate about the video and saying like, oh my god, like I'm losing my favorite content creator, she's not going to be making
Yes.
content
Okay.
anymore.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of, I think, something that could have been done differently. You could have just left the apology for what it was and not announced your departure. You could have just let it stand for itself and not said anything about taking a break and
Yeah.
or being gone forever. And so now Amanda made a great point in her video about how people are more upset that she's leaving than they are about the
Yes.
racism.
That's a really good point. And I agree that Jenna kept saying if you were offended, and that frustrated me because that's a very, very white person apology. It's a, well, if this was a bother to you, because it's like you don't have to say that. You can just say, I did this, this was wrong, I apologize. Like yeah, I did. I don't think I even watched I don't know if I saw the full apology, but I heard if you were offended a lot, and I was just like, this is not really the way to phrase it. Um, and somebody let's see, wait. But yeah, I do think that whole leaving YouTube thing, that's a great point as what you said. Oh, Thorn. Poor Lily. Her cat Lily was in an accident. You should poor Lily. Yeah.
Yes,
Um
Kobe at 542 saying that it's the worst thing of 2020, and I'm just thinking, are you kidding me? Like
yeah.
this was the thing that broke the camel's back? Really? Jenna Marbles leaving YouTube was the worst thing that happened in 2020. Like, get out of my face.
Because as Elise said, because people generally don't care about racism. Both saying that Jenna Marbles leaving YouTube is the worst thing that happened in 2020, and also focusing on her leaving rather than her racism and her apology.
Mhm.
Yeah. And I agree with this. Social media platforms should also be held accountable for using all of these terrible, problematic people to the top of the trending page. I mean, there was this whole thread on Twitter from Francesca Ramsey, Cheska Lee, who I know had Shane had said some terrible things about her, I think years past. And she was talking about that, how kind of calling out YouTube and saying like, look, so she went viral years ago from I hope everyone's seen it, but she had a video called Shit White Girls Say to Black Girls, and she went like hugely viral. And so she has this thread, and she's like, so that video was 2012. It went viral with a little over 12 million views. Jessica Lee made about $35,000 on that video and around 10,000 from the increased views across my channel. As T says, Dane Shalson has 23 million subs and averages at least 10 million views per video. So if you think about the amount of money both he has made off of YouTube and YouTube has made off of him,
Mhm.
and he's not the only one. He's not the only one with these kinds of channels, these big creators with disgusting videos up. Um, So yeah, but again, on the point of big business, I don't expect YouTube to do that. It's just like how there was a thread on Twitter as well today about Beautylish and like featuring Pastel Skeletor on like the front page of the site and trying to call out Beautylish, and Tina the fancy face was like, hey, I think she replied to that about, hey, there was a whole Behind the Beauty, which is a series that Alicia of Kinky Sweat and Kelsey Brianna J are doing, and they interviewed Niels, who's I guess the a co-owner or CEO of Beautylish, and the very first question that the audience had asked was like basically, what can we do to get Jeffrey off Beautylish? And the answer was basically, he makes us a lot of money. It's not gonna happen. And so that goes back to like, I don't trust big businesses to make
Wow.
the change. So us as buyers, us as influencers, have to stop making a purchase and have to stop featuring them on our channel if you were. So I think it's the same thing with YouTube. I don't see YouTube making the decision to like cut these problematic people, these not just problematic but like predatory people from their platform. So we as viewers have to stop watching, have to stop like promoting even in a disgusting way, because if you retweet one of their tweets and say how fucking disgusting is this, you're still promoting them. Yeah. Yeah, he also said he does good things, and I was just like, no. No. Wait, what did Amy say? Oh, yeah, I'm with T. I'm gonna have to look that up. I remember hearing about that he has said some awful shit. The way major platforms like YouTube profit off of racism and otherisms is the reason why so many terrible people still have careers. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I agree. I hope, but I don't. It's just like with Colourpop. I don't. With a lot of these terrible people and these terrible brands, I don't see them going anywhere for a while.
Yeah. That's what I was okay, that ties back to the original topic perfectly,
Yeah.
because you have I'm gonna take myself as an example. So I wasn't someone who bought from Colourpop from the very beginning. The first time I ever bought from them was in 2017, and this is right after they had recently incorporated pressed powder singles in their collection.
Mm-hmm.
And I was in a place in my life where I struggled with spending, and because Colourpop was relatively inexpensive and I got a high off of having things delivered to me when I was still in college, and having them delivered to my PO box and having something to look forward to all the time really got to me. And so Colourpop was a brand that I clung to really closely because they were sort of like my first foray into colorful eyeshadow. And so I went and I was ordering things from Colourpop like almost all the time. Like, and this was before I had the perspective of being able to recognize that the amount that they were releasing was not healthy.
Yeah.
And so I was obsessed. I was getting things from them all the time, little bundles here and there. What did Amy say?
Oh, I was just highlighting. Amy had said the whole basically talking about kind of like rage marketing, how Tarte Shape Tape had the whole horrible shade range turn into a bunch of
Oh,
influencers
yeah.
testing it out because it was trending. And then what would happen also is like 6 months later, when the shade range was expanded, then the influencer would then post another video and be like, and now everybody can go get it because it's now expanded shade range. And so not only do they get like one video, but two or more talking about a bad shade range. And so yeah, bad PR is still PR.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry to go back to your Colourpop
No.
shopping
Yeah.
story.
Yeah. So this was my senior year of college. And so when I graduated, I used shopping for Colourpop as like a coping mechanism to deal with postgraduate depression. And so I remember when the Yes Please palette was launched in 2017, I was like so excited and I wanted to collect like a bunch of the pressed powder palettes. I even got the She palette that was their first collaboration with Karuchi, which I had to wonder like how much did that work on people with deeper skin, because I even thought that it was like pretty light to work on
Yeah.
someone with like a tan skin tone, but that's none of my business. Anyways, so I so I went down this rabbit hole of just like buying things from them as they released them because I got so excited and I was able to get a lot of stuff for my money. And I think this is a narrative that a lot of people can relate to. You know, when you're either starting out in makeup or you don't have that much money, you would otherwise rely on things that are accessible in the drugstore. And the sad thing is that even before Colourpop, you would have people like you would have black folks not being able to indulge in affordable makeup because brands weren't making things that were suitable for them. And so with Colourpop, I amassed quite a lot of products from Colourpop over the years. Pretty like a lot of their monochromatic 9-pan palettes, a few of their 12-pan palettes. I introduced my grandma to Colourpop, and so she got into using some of their stuff too. My best friend, I got her into Colourpop as well. And for a while there, a lot of my Instagram stories when I was unboxing things that I hauled were like newer Colourpop releases. Like
Yeah.
I don't know if my friend Angela is watching, but Angela and I went to high school together and we reconnected recently over Instagram, and we bonded over Colourpop stuff. And so Colourpop stuff kind of like brought us together, even though we weren't super close in high school. Like we talk regularly, and we would talk regularly about Colourpop stuff. And so Colourpop just became like one of my favorite brands and easily takes up like a large portion of my current makeup collection. And so thinking about how I view the brand now is really different. My eyes have been opened, as I said earlier, to a lot of their shitty ways. You know, like
Yeah.
doing shady things, sending PR to people who are all light skinned, not really having that many black creators showcased on their social media profiles. I didn't even know about the Colourpop Me Black campaign until Amy posted about it,
Yeah.
like sometime in late May, early June. So again, like I felt like I was totally missing out on all these things that were happening on around me because they didn't involve me directly. And
Yeah.
so, but now that I do know, and now that I am aware of it, now it's kind of like it's okay that you didn't know, but what do you do with the information now that you have it? What are you going to do moving forward now that you have been made aware of a problem? And so that's kind of why I felt like it was important to examine Colourpop's role in the beauty sphere, because Colourpop has found a way into like all of our social media feeds. It's really hard to go on social media and follow people that don't post about Colourpop releases or do Colourpop related videos, because Colourpop is a household name at this point. So many people have it. So many people are familiar with their formula. And
Yeah.
because there's that accessibility from their price point, you have it everywhere. Like it's such a widespread thing. It's wild how much it's kind of spread to so many
Yeah.
people.
But in the same breath, that's why it's so important to call it out, because I think it's such a honestly a toxic influence. Because and I feel like I'm kind of repeating what I said early in the video, but I know we have some new viewers and people who are asking in the chat, but it's like they're setting these examples. And yes, I know that a lot of drugstore brands have not had good shade ranges, have not been inclusive. But Colourpop has walked into the community and been like, look at us. We're fresh, we're new, we're young, we're awesome, we're inventive, we're doing all this cool shit. It's for everyone. But it's
Mm-hmm.
not. It's not. It's there specifically not catering to dark skin tones, to deep skin tones, to even, I would say, I mean, I don't know. I don't really know 100% where people like, where a lot of people feel like, okay, this product no longer works for me in terms of, and not just in terms of foundations or concealers, but eyeshadows. Eyeshadows and eye products have been the thing that made Colourpop what Colourpop is, in my opinion. I bought their Yes Please palette. It wasn't my first palette that I got from them, but I remember it had gone in and out of stock over and over again. And when I finally got my hands on it, I was so excited. That started something really, really strong for them. And they're really known for it. But it's been years now, and they're not, as I think some people in the chat have said, they're not improving their formulas, they're not stepping up their game. They could make things more pigmented, they could make things more impactful, they could make products, shadows that are less powdery and more, just more pigmented. They could
Mm-hmm.
do that, and they could continue to make a ton of money off of other products in their range that they probably sell with a higher markup, like their lip products, like probably their face products. They could use the money to make their eyeshadows just a little better in quality or a lot better in quality without changing the price point so drastically, so that everyone could use their products theoretically. So everyone could. And the fact that, yeah, and then also, yeah, this really says so much. Colourpop waited for there to be a whole ass race war to actually acknowledge Colourpop Me Black. Right. They are a huge impact in social media, but they were reposting the same, like, what I think at most I heard somebody say the same 5 Black creators, and they're not like, they all seem like they had a lighter skin tone in the scheme of things. And so they waited until mid-June. First of all, they didn't just acknowledge Colourpop Me Black. They did a lame ass collage of some Black creators and talked about, I think, and Black Lives Matter. I don't even know if they talked about Black Lives Matters, but they posted that when everybody was doing the whole blackout week. They did that. And then when everyone commented and was like, what the fuck? You're not even going to acknowledge Colourpop Me Black. You're not going to give Nyan MUA and Killer King any credit. It took a shitty post for them to finally then say something and then give them credit.
Yeah.
So why did it take a race war for them to even say it? And then why did it take them fucking up for them to actually correct themselves? And exactly what Legal Lipstick said. Inclusivity and beauty is not just complexion products. What is 100 Shades of Foundation if you can't find a blush from you?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Go
and
ahead.
something else I was gonna say. I'm pretty sure Sort of Scientific also talked on her Instagram stories about how something that rubbed her the wrong way with Pure and their stupid 100 Shades of Foundation release is that uh, it doesn't make sense to say that you're the complexion authority, and instead of expanding your shade ranges of foundations and complexion products that you already have, you put a lot of money into making this clickbaity campaign of 100 foundation shades, yet Ulta stores are not able to carry a majority of these really deep shades, which is like a multi-fold problem. You have stores that aren't able to fit all the shades. That's fine, but Ulta could also be doing more to include shades that are on the darker end of the spectrum and not just focusing all of their display space on the lighter shades. But Pure should have invested the money in like probably discontinuing whatever foundation ranges they had that weren't
Yeah.
inclusive before, because they used to have a foundation. I don't know if they still have it, but there was a foundation that she took a screenshot of, and she was saying that why would you still have a foundation available for purchase that only has 8 shades and there's no dark shades in there for people? Why, if you're going to make a statement by releasing a shade range of 100 shades, why not just discontinue everything else? Because at this point you're trying to make a statement that you're being an inclusive brand, then why not discontinue all of the other shit that's not inclusive if you're trying to take a step and improve yourself as a company?
Well, and that's why I don't trust Neva. And with Pure, so Rachel Joy said they carry like 8 of those Pure shades. Pure has always been one of those in the few Ultas that are in like the Brooklyn and New York City area. Pure always has a tiny section of an aisle, not a whole aisle like Urban Decay or Tarte or Too Faced or anything. How the fuck, like, how? And I remember when that foundation came out, and I saw multiple creators that like had used their foundation matching tool on their site and got completely wrong shades. And these are
Yeah.
white people, so if you can't match white people, you're gonna be fucking over black people, in my opinion, because like we're peach or we're yellow, we're like I just I but like Pure and I feel the same way about this. So Colourpop is releasing a new foundation range, and I think it's like 42 shades. But my
Yeah,
thought is like, okay, but Ulta's gonna have like 8 of those shades. Ulta's gonna
exactly.
have like maybe half. And I doubt Colourpop is going to sit there and be like, make sure that, the arrangement that you're allowed, the array that you're allowed to order is only going to be this so that you make sure you have all the colors. Like, I really doubt Colourpop is going to do that. They're going to be like, okay, whatever you want to buy to carry in your store, you can buy, or however the contracts work.
Mm-hmm.
The Colourpop displays, I mean, they've gotten bigger over the years within Ulta. From like the ones that I'm in, it went from an end cap to like an end cap and like a corner, so like maybe what would be
Yeah, mine
considered
too.
half of an aisle. They don't have the space, they don't have the capacity for 42 shades. So what, are you going to order from the Colourpop site, not be able to return anything, and be stuck with bad shades? Is that what's going to happen? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We made all of those presents a tub of relish. Oh, there was so many problematic foundation releases. I can't even, like, no. And here's the thing, and I saw some people in the chat say, like, there's just so many other brands out there that I want to support. There's so many amazing indie brands that are making eyeshadow. And I know some people still consider Colourpop indie. I've stopped considering that. So Colourpop is owned by Seed Beauty. Technically, Colourpop turned into, like, Colourpop started as Colourpop, and then they basically, Seed Beauty was formed because Colourpop was getting so big, and then they added on these other brands. If you didn't know, Tati Beauty, Kylie, KKW, of course, like Fourth Ray, Soul Body. I feel like I'm missing other brands. I don't know, but they're all made by Seed Beauty.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think of Colourpop as an indie anymore. Even though they're an indie that kind of grew into this bigger company, they're not an indie to me. But yeah, there's so many better brands that I'd rather support.
Yeah, there was a comment from T a little bit
Yeah.
earlier,
Uh-huh.
at
I'm scrolling up.
5:59, or I guess 8:59 for you,
That's fine.
where she said, "I'd
Yes.
rather have 30 thoughtful shades than 100 shades of patient orange."
Mm-hmm.
I think that was okay before Beauty Bakery had their whole thing on social media. I think that's why a lot of people were willing to give Beauty Bakery a pass when they came out with their concealers. I think it was Beauty Bakery. They came out with 8 shades of concealer, but at least those 8 shades spanned a decent spectrum. Yeah,
Yeah.
granted, their lightest concealer probably wouldn't work for someone like you or me or Amy or whoever, but it seemed like there was a much better distribution than other concealer ranges from brands that have even more than 8 shades.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's also it also gets tricky, I think, criticizing Black-owned brands. I mean, I think that's like, it comes with another layer of like being unsure. But I did think that they had a little bit of a better range with the concealers. I'm just like reading the chat and getting distracted. Sorry. um. Uh, oh God, Sarah, don't get me started on Tati. But yeah, Beauty Blender did the same rage marketing thing that Tarte did. They did the same thing of, we're gonna release a range. It's not gonna be great. Supposedly they cater towards olive undertones, and then they expanded it. But yeah. Oh, Olivia said the owner of Beauty Blender had zero excuse for that shade range. She's a well-known MUA who's worked in many black shows. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. This is on purpose. This is why I'm calling it rage marketing. I think it's Amanda Beebe that did I'm gonna see if I can link it, because
Oh,
she
her
did a
Black Outrage
whole
video.
Black Outrage marketing. Yeah, Black Outrage. And it's so good. And if you haven't watched it, I'm finding the link right now. I just want to make sure it doesn't start playing. Okay. Oh, sorry. When you close a tab too fast. Sorry about that. Thought I was closing the YouTube tab, but it closed the other tabs. Yeah, so I just linked Amanda Beebe's video, and she is a goddess. Yeah, and yes. So here's the thing: is that I think the other reason why I really get frustrated with Colourpop is because they live on this realm of like, but we're so affordable. Okay, Super Shock Shadows. What are they? $8 each now? Seven,
I think
$6?
they're 6.
They're still 6. Okay.
Yeah.
You can get amazing single shadows from Divina, from JD Glow, from all these other brands that don't come in a bulky ass pot, that don't need to be airtight or they'll go bad, for anywhere from $6 to $8 each. You can put into a sleek, simple palette. Obviously, this is not a palette. This is this beauty, but like you could put like 5 times as many single eyeshadows in the same space as Colourpop Super Shocks, in my opinion. So the fact that they're still so popular for those don't make any sense to me. Now, a $12 9-pan palette, I understand the draw, but again, my thing is like, wait for a sale. I got the Color Rain Power Palette, which is a purple 9-pan, for $15, and it's leaps and bounds above my Colourpop purple 9-pan, which I actually decluttered. So yeah.
Ooh, tea.
I decluttered all
Yes.
my Colourpop shadows.
Did you get rid of Blue Moon too?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Going back to Rachel's comment, raising their prices, I feel like, okay, so I think that there's
Maybe.
like 2 sides of this whole, like, should brands that are considered affordable, like I think of NYX as a perfect example. NYX was seen for a long time as a drugstore makeup brand that had things for a really good price. They were really well known for their blushes and their jumbo pencils and eyeliners, concealers, things like that. And then they started to release things that were more expensive. I think of their stupid little serum foundation drops, and that foundation was like $14. I remember wanting it for a really long time for God knows why. And they had eyeshadow palettes. I think the first time that people got so upset with NYX was when they released those element palettes.
Oh, I remember that.
That were like
$20.
$30. They were
Yeah.
like $30, and people were like, "What the fuck is this? Like, why are you releasing a $30 eyeshadow palette? You're a drugstore brand.
Sarah.
Like, stay in their lane." Oh God.
Hey, Kara.
So hello, Kara. There's there's something. Oh, thanks, Kara, for the update about the post office. But yeah, going back to NYX, I feel like people were so upset that NYX decided to raise their prices on some things. And I guess here's my take on it. As someone who wants to be able to enjoy good quality makeup at all price points, I feel it's acceptable for brands to raise their prices to an extent to reflect improved packaging, improved formula, improved production practices. Like if things, oh my God, Tyrion.
He's
um,
being so needy lately. My friend who also has cats was like, my cat didn't start, one of her two cats didn't start cuddling with her till her cat was like 2. And that's how old he is. And he's been like more into cuddling lately. But go ahead. I was just going to highlight this. So a lot of people in the chat are saying JD Glow is sold out, Davina is sold out. These indie brands, their shipping is expensive. And that's the thing, is that these smaller brands, these hopefully ethically made, handmade brands are not going to have the same shipping rates as Colourpop. Or free shipping. They're not going to have constantly be fully in stock of everything. So anyway, but I know you were talking about the price raise situation.
Oh, yeah. So if a brand was charging more because they needed to upgrade the packaging, or if they wanted to reformulate and the ingredients were more expensive, or if they wanted to offer like something more environmentally friendly, like packaging upgrades, cardboard packaging,
Yeah.
things that don't have magnets, things that don't have mirrors, zero carbon emission shipping. Like I know that Crave Beauty gives you the option to do that. I don't
Yeah.
really know how they offset that, but you pay like an extra dollar and you get carbon neutral shipping or something like
Yeah.
that. Those are circumstances which if I had the money, I would be willing to excuse a price jump. But if
Yeah.
you are just making your product more expensive and there are no improvements to it, then yeah, I would have a huge problem with it, because you shouldn't be charging more if you're not making improvements on it. And so with Colourpop, I am kind of annoyed that a lot of their stuff has gotten higher in price because there isn't in it like an obvious improvement that's reflected in that price jump.
This is interesting. I didn't know Colourpop upped all their lipstick prices. Pressed powder products and all their new 9 pans are 14 plus.
Oh, I didn't know about their palettes. I'm not surprised though. They did have a couple of like special like collab ones, and ones that had the pressed glitters were marked up to like, so like their 12 pan palettes used to be $16, and then they started charging $18 for ones that had like the Super Shock formula or pressed glitter
Yeah.
formulas. So I wouldn't be surprised if moving forward all of their 12 pans are $18.
Ooh, Faye. I think the U.S. efficiency and supply chain BS has got us spoiled in a way that's toxic AF to smaller brands. I
Oh
completely
yeah.
agree. I honestly think between Colourpop and Amazon and other people that I'm still probably going to be shopping from, because I am not a perfect consumer in any way, shape, or form. But I think that we're used to like fast shipping. We're used to things always being in stock, being able to always get what you want, or even like being like, fuck it, I'm just going to go to my Ulta and buy it today because I don't want to wait for shipping. And right now it's like, yeah, sorry, you can't do that. Everything's closed.
Yeah.
I agree with this. Shipping is never free if you have to purchase more product than you originally planned to reach the free shipping amount.
Yeah.
Exactly. Um,
Faye also made a comment at
yeah.
611. We have to be okay with spending more in order to be more ethical with our purchases.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I
Yeah, that's
completely
such a good
agree.
point. I don't remember, did you touch on this when you did your video with Abby?
Just about spending more. I mean, I think that was kind of the point of it, was that, but I don't think I necessarily touched on like the, I don't think I touched on it in this exact way, but I agree that like if you want to be a more ethical shopper, or even for me, I think about it as like I want to directly support people. And I guess that's what I feel like I'm getting with indie buying is I'm directly helping, if I buy an eyeshadow palette from a brand like Colored Rain, or if I buy a singles collection from a Divina, or lipsticks from something like a Propa Beauty, it's like I feel like I'm directly assisting people. It's like helping people within my own community, but I know it's still
Yeah.
shopping, it's still businesses, but it just kind of feels different. Whereas if I'm buying a Colourpop order, an order from Ulta, an order from, Sephora, it's just like I'm just shopping.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I was going to say, I think it might have been Abby that mentioned it then in her video, because Abby touches on things like
same.
shipping. Oh, yes, she did talk about it. She
Yeah,
talked about shipping in her video and how she deals with shipping from time to time with her job, and how it costs money to ship things. And a lot of
yeah,
people in a post-Amazon Prime world are not used to the idea of having to pay shipping costs.
yeah,
And people rag on indie brands or independent sellers on Etsy, or just brands in general that aren't able to offer like fast or expedited
yeah,
or free shipping. And it's like we've become so spoiled and desensitized to knowing the cost of shipping something. And
yeah,
so that's why I feel for indie brands that have the whole shipping thing as a barrier that keeps people from wanting to support them, because people are kind of just steeped in their entitlement.
yeah. I mean, even I think about with us, so we kind of have done this a couple of times. We just did it this weekend with Lethal Cosmetics,
Oh yeah.
their new collection, where, you
Mm-hmm.
know, as single purchasers for like, okay, they're an international company, they're a German-based indie brand. We put in an order together. And so it's going to get shipped to me, and then I will ship Alex's thing. Now, that is slightly reduced shipping. It's also a longer wait time, but it's also a way to be like, I can support this brand and either meet their free shipping minimum, or if we were paying shipping, then we would split it. So it like kind of breaks it down a
Yeah.
little bit. And it's a way, I mean, it would be easier if like you were in my community and I could just like hop on the train and deliver this to you. But
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind splitting it up and doing that again. And it's not something I would do all the time, but every once in a while, if I'm like, I really want something, but it's $25 shipping, you really want something, it's $25 shipping, we could split it up. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's the whole postal industry too. Like, why do we not want to pay them? Exactly. Or why do we think that the small business should have to absorb the cost? Basically, what's happening is that there's a small business cost and there's a USPS cost. So it's either that we pay for USPS or the small business pays for it. Guess what? If a business is offering free shipping, you paid for it over and over within the products that you bought.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't think about people in between who are giving us what we want straight to our door. I don't know.
Oh my God, that is such a good point. I feel like, oh, this probably is related to Abby's video, but I think it was either Abby or someone else that I was talking to or watching a video from made the point
Mm-hmm.
of like how they bought a Christmas present last minute and they didn't think that they were going to get it in time, but they kind of already had resolved that they weren't going to get it in time. And then it got delivered like Christmas Eve, and the thought sunk into them that this poor delivery person is being so exploited that they are having to make these deliveries on days that they should be spending with their family. And this is obviously assuming that the person who's delivering your package even celebrates Christmas or Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
But still, the point stands. I actually had someone in my life recently say that people were thinking of drumming up a lawsuit against Amazon, but not because of all of the exploitation of their employees, but because they were upset, like enough people were upset for the shipping delays for their stuff because they're paying a high premium for a service that gets you stuff delivered in 1 to 2 days. Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm so fucking annoyed by that. I'm and I know I've complained to friends like when something is taking a while, but that goes back. It's not because oh my god, it needs to be here tomorrow or I'm going to lose my shit. Sometimes it's this. It's because the novelty of a new purchase kind of wears off. You might start to feel buyer's remorse during the wait time, or you're feeding that cycle that's kind of dipping into shopping addiction or issues with shopping, that cycle of like buying, like the high of buying the thing and the high of getting the thing. But sometimes when you have to wait 5 days, 2 weeks between those times, the high of like getting the thing doesn't happen because you're just like, yeah, okay, it's here. But that's not
Yeah.
to the fault of like the postal workers or the small businesses who are just trying to like have their business run. I agree. Katya says, I think shipping costs remain a barrier to entry for international customers. It's hard to justify $40 shipping to try a new brand when you don't know if you'll like the product. And that is
Yeah.
a barrier to entry. That was as told by Kenya, maybe, who said that about the
yeah, it probably was, yeah.
yeah. Yeah. What? No way. I
know.
agree about the Amazon. Yes.
Oh my god,
People
Emily,
people
Faye.
are
Oh
so
my god.
entitled. Exactly.
I mean, I forgot who I was talking to this about after I heard about this potential lawsuit against Amazon. I was like, okay, so you mean to tell me that, okay, on the one hand, I understand the frustration of paying a high amount for a service that is not delivering on their promise. However, in the case of Amazon, you have so many other things wrong with Amazon that you could be mad at and want to protest and boycott than them not giving you your shit in 2 days. We're in the middle of a pandemic. What do you not understand?
Even if we weren't in the middle of a pandemic, you should not be suing. Like you said, Amazon has so many other bigger issues. It literally, like, to compare it to Colourpop, it's like being mad. I still think it's like being mad, wanting to sue them over your lip product going bad in 6 months when they're like obviously doing, like, basically running a company in racist ways. It's like, yeah, I'm really upset with how they don't quality check their shit, but I'm more upset with the fact that they're basically a big, huge racist movement within the beauty community.
Yeah.
And very, like, covertly racist. It's not like Pastel Skeletor, who's like, I'm a racist. It's like, no, we're just going to do all this shit that excludes Black people from the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a privilege. Exactly. What? Becky says, here I won't even be able to get shipped some stuff because they think the neighborhood I live in is too poor.
What?
Oh.
Oh.
Wow. I worked for a cell phone company in an inbound call center. Got a customer who screamed at me that she didn't have her phone yet. She ordered it 4 days before Christmas Eve.
That's a whole new kind of evil, man.
Yeah. Audra says, people are working in warehouses without air conditioning in 100-degree heat, trying to keep up with their shipments with less people. Get the fuck out of here with, where's my package? Like, yeah. Yeah, suing Amazon over them not exploiting their employees more is the most Karen behavior I ever did see. Yeah. America's priorities are misplaced. We want everything that we don't need with as many choices as possible with free shipping, but we don't fight hard enough for free healthcare. I mean, I think that the government, that there are not things that we as citizens, as much as the government likes to tell us that we have impact, I feel like we're effed over and don't have that much control over that. But I agree that we have our priorities wrong.
Oh, completely.
Yes. That's funny. Sometimes in the group chat that Kara, Audra, and I have, um, Kara will have like a moment. Like we all complain about things, and sometimes she'll be like, "Oh my God, Canada poses whatever." And I think Audra and I have alternated between, "Yeah, I guess that's what you get for having free healthcare." Oh,
You gotta find the bad somewhere.
yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Exactly. When something is free, someone else is footing the bill. With Amazon free shipping, it equals exploited workers. Even when something
Yes.
is cheaper than you could imagine, this still ties into Colourpop. When the product is so when you're like, okay, but this brand's 9-pan eyeshadow is $29 and theirs is 14. What's happening? Quality and labor. That's what's happening.
Yeah, and I think the same also goes for like the critique of brands that manufacture and have their production in other countries where labor is really inexpensive.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that for a second. How
Mhm.
about the fact that you have all of these brands that charge prices that would reflect paying labor in the United States, but they're instead contracting their manufacturing out. They're using labor forces where they can pay nickels and dimes an hour and using labor that is exploitative of people in different countries just so what? I can get an eyeshadow palette for $5?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think in general, I generally feel like so I say this carefully because I'll follow up with like why. So I think in America we are too used to paying what we are used to paying for things is too low. At the same time, we all deserve to be paid more in our wages, in our work. But I think generally speaking, we're used to buying things at a price point that doesn't actually make sense for the planet. Like, bigger picture for the planet. We're so used to like, I should be able to get a this for $5, a that for $10, a shirt for $2.50. If you want to live, like, if you want this planet to continue to literally exist, we like have to stop buying from these corporations that are producing in this way.
I'm gonna pop out and see if my camera quality improves when I come back in.
Okay, go for it. Yeah, lower prices tend to mean less wages for labor. Exactly. Any American that, yeah, no, I if it wasn't cold up there, I might move up there. Oh, I agree. No, none of those shipping companies are perfect, but you know, Mo says in the 90s, a bunch of factories left this country because we wouldn't accept $2 a day, and then the newly unemployed tried to move to the U.S., so they tightened immigration laws. Yeah, yeah, that's sigh. This country is a mess. Daisy says, I'm down to pay more for stuff if it's ethical. I've started changing my spending practices for this reason. Yeah, like I've been buying a lot of makeup lately, but I feel like most of what I've been buying, not everything, but a lot of them have been indie brands, smaller brands. I'm not necessarily the best at other things in my life in terms of like trying to find furniture or clothes or this or that, but I'm starting with makeup, and that's the best I can do. Also, the nice Karens are mature adults that understand what the Karen situation means and I don't think, are insulted by it. And I don't feel bad for them myself, but that's me. That's a little better. That seems better, yeah.
Okay, good.
I can actually see some definition in your face rather than like pixelation.
Yeah. Going back to the comment that you just highlighted,
Yeah.
I'm gonna reference Amanda again. That if people are offended by the term "hit dogs, holler," So it's like it shouldn't sting if it doesn't apply to you.
That's what I mean. Like the few Karens that I've met, meaning online, that are like seem to be nice, good people, are like, yeah, it's not relevant to me. So like, I'm fine with it. Yeah. Alex is saying my family loves the dollar store Walmart, but once I started thinking about what those lower prices mean, I only go there when I have to. And that's the thing too, is like I know when it comes to necessities, or I would say like daily life uses, sometimes you just have to buy where you have to buy from, whether that's Amazon, Walmart, the dollar store, whatever. But for me, so makeup for women is, and for a lot of, I guess I would say, trans women and non-binary people, is a necessity. I don't think of it as a luxury because the world expects certain things of women. But I think when I'm thinking of things that are kind of luxurious, meaning they're not a necessity, I'm trying to be a little bit more ethical or more thoughtful with how I purchase. And that's why I don't want to just like buy from Colourpop or buy from, any old, like any of these big brands that are mass producing eyeshadows for $5 a palette, or even $10 a palette. So exactly, if it doesn't apply to you, you shouldn't feel bad.
Yeah, and I mean the whole conversation about affordable makeup, it's really it is layered, like you just said. Like for a lot of people it is a necessity, and it is a basic it is a basic thing that helps someone feel human, helps someone feel
Very
like
true.
themselves. And I think that it's something that everyone should have access to, and that, but at the same time, like that shouldn't be.
Look at this compliment.
I saw that. Oh my god. But yeah, I was gonna say, like, I wish that there was a way that, well, one, like the wealth gap that exists across the world is a huge problem, and the fact that people resort to using makeup that might be the result of like labor that is either like child labor, or like just people who are being exploited and not being paid properly for the work that they do. I feel like that those are two things that are going to greatly contribute to brands like this that still flourish and don't feel the consequences of their shitty business decisions. Like, the consumer is always going to be held down by their circumstances and the fact that not everyone can work for a company that pays them what they should be paid. There are way too many people who are living below the poverty line, who are not even making minimum wage and can't afford to buy the things that are ethically made, which I think ties back into the conversation about cruelty-free and clean beauty are a privilege to be able to have access to. And then at the same time, you have people who are, international, and who are working in these factories for these American brands that are providing them with cheap labor that, again, they're in circumstances that are out of their control. If that is the only way that they can support their family, like what other options do they have?
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
it's so fucking hard to like try and be a more conscious consumer when money is a barrier.
Yeah. Oh, Mo, thank you. And yes, I can't believe y'all are amazing. Thank you for coming out. I wanted to also comment. So Mindy had said, yeah, in her area, we only have Walmart because when Walmart came here, everything else went out of business. And that's the thing. So this is an issue in a lot of communities. And I think this is also what Amazon is doing. Amazon is kind of killing out small businesses and even smaller websites so that there's only certain options. And maybe some people would think it's hypocritical, but I don't think it's bad. Okay, if you're on the internet, if you have any kind of platform, or if you have a place to voice thoughts, I don't think it's wrong to be like, hey, what Colourpop is doing is wrong, or what this company is doing is wrong, and also not be a perfect consumer, because none of us are. So I'm calling out Colourpop. Have I bought from them in the past? I have. Would I buy from them in the future? I don't have any plans, but I can't say I can't say that I wouldn't fall trap to another brand like Colourpop is what I'm saying. It's like, you know, there are things out there that we talk about that are so affordable, and yet, yeah, we don't talk about like what is the labor like for these companies? What, what's the situation?
Yeah.
And this too, if you're buying, so Alex says, and that's the other thing, if I'm buying luxury makeup that's like $100 plus for a palette, I want to know everyone on the supply chain can pay their bills. That's also a good point because a lot of us stop thinking about it when it comes to more expensive brands, and we kind of make these assumptions. But if they're not talking about it, how do we know? And even if they are talking about it,
Yeah.
it might not be true. Yes, Christina, I think the solution to these problems is twofold: tax the rich, then eat the rich. I completely
Yeah.
agree. Um, yeah, I'm scared of that future as well.
Oh my God.
I love that. My daughter asked a question this week in her life coaching page. What is something that you do just for yourself? I said makeup. I do it for me because it makes me feel better about myself. Exactly. I think makeup can help you, like it helps me kind of refocus sometimes, and I don't know. It's a good thing. Um, yeah, better to do things more ethically and perfectly than not at all.
Yeah.
Ugh, this is still happening. I know CVS, I think just said they're gonna stop doing that. Cindy Lou says, I try not to shop at Walmart because mine locked up black natural hair supplies and the condoms and pregnancy test. But I live in rural America and in some towns that's the only store. Oh yeah, no, I understand that. I'm from North Carolina, family in Tennessee. I remember when Walmart came into the town that some of my family in Tennessee is from, and it was like the only thing there. This is a good point too. Audra said people also forget that a lot of small businesses sell on Amazon and are able to grow their business. So Amazon is basically like I think of it as like a warehouse and shipping option for small businesses. So um, it's a way for brands to grow in that way, and it might not be perfect, but it is an option. And if that's an option that opens your brand up to more shoppers, and then they know, oh, you also have your own website, and after the fact you're like, oh, I like this product, maybe I'll go onto their site to buy some more stuff.
Mhm.
As Christine
Yeah.
says, progress over perfection.
Face comment from a couple minutes ago caught my attention about not being able to wear makeup how we want to work. I'm trying to
Yeah.
look like a mermaid goddess, but I can't at work. Yeah, no, I totally understand how that feels. I mean, thankfully, my workplace, because I work like half the time in a lab, like I'm not giving presentations, I'm not out in the field like meeting clients and or anything like that. So I'm lucky that my workplace has allowed me the flexibility to not shell out money for buying a whole new wardrobe. Like I don't need to
Yeah.
dress business casual. I can wear my jeans and like obviously there's still a level of like professionalism that you have to have. Like I'm not
Yeah.
gonna go to work in my sweatpants, although I have gone in leggings and a sweater dress. So I made it work. It was wonderful. I felt like I was in pajamas all day. But if I had the time in the morning to do like a more creative eyeshadow look, like I did it. And I think it was really nice to be able to do that because if I wanted to, I could wear no makeup. If I wanted to, I could wear like the wildest of makeup. And I loved that. And that's part of like what makes me a little sad for other people that they don't have the ability to do that because it's a conversation for another day, but like respectability politics, particularly respectability politics as they pertain to people who are like feminine or like female
Yeah.
presenting, that is like a huge problem because you don't have that same rigor of respectability politics that are applied to your male or
No.
male presenting counterparts at all.
Because with women and basically when it comes to the makeup conversation at work, it's like you can't, in a lot of workspaces, if you wore no makeup, you get comments about looking tired or just comments about your professionalism. If you wear too much makeup, you're perceived a certain way. If you wear too much colorful makeup, you're perceived a certain way. So it's like it's giving it's giving a uniform without actually saying it's a uniform. Like it's
Yeah.
saying you're responsible to do this, this, and this without actually saying that. Because I bet if you put that in dress code laws or in the dress code, you'd probably get some shit. But it's, yeah, I agree. It's a different conversation for a different day. But it's just like this stupid fine line that has to be walked, that half or more of your workforce doesn't deal with because they're men.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, that's one of the things that I miss about commuting with my mom is that I had the time to do my makeup while she drove, and I was able to like do a lot more in terms of like my eyeshadow. And then when I started taking the bus, it got to be a lot more tricky because I would have to leave earlier. It took me longer to get to work, and there's also a vulnerability that comes with like having makeup that's more of a statement and being a woman who is traveling by yourself on public transit. So some of it was like I don't want to draw more attention to myself or like I don't know, just
that's
make
funny
things
because
more messy.
makeup is never the reason why. No, no,
No, I get
it's just
that.
being a
No,
man.
no.
It's just men being men, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, I get
But
that too though.
and I agree with Elise. My old job, I mean, there was days I wouldn't wear anything, but then there would be days where I would literally have like blue or green eyeshadow. Like I would have a look like this on, and I mean, I would get comments, but it was, I mean, I would get comments from the bosses that they can fuck off. But I mean, I worked some in customer service, and I it was nice because customers would be like, "Oh my god, your eyeshadow," and I'd be like, thank
Yeah.
you. Or I wear something that's like a duochrome, and I remember I've had so many customers like, what the hell is on your eyes? They're just like, I can't even start talking about it because I'm gonna be here for like 15 minutes telling you about everything and how amazing it is. Yes, exactly. Not wearing makeup is seen as lazy. Too much is seen as insecure. You can't win for losing as a woman, I swear. I stopped caring at this point. Agreed. Like, I will leave the house with nothing on my face. I will leave the house with like drag queen level amounts of makeup on my face. I just don't care. Whenever I'm feeling myself on the train, believe I'm getting catcalled. See, I've had the opposite experience. Whenever I've had my worst days when I felt like shit the most, that's when they're like, oh, let's annoy the shit out of this person and harass them. Yeah. What pieces of flair? Wait, where do pieces of flair come from? I'm like, makes me think of The Office. That's true though. There are workplaces that have makeup guidelines. Oh.
Oh, pieces of flair. Isn't that a reference to the Office Space movie? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, but I was seeing if there was other parts of the conversation that were related to the flair, but I don't see
You
it.
know, I hadn't seen that movie until very recently, and my partner had been talking about it, and that's like the only reason I got Hulu last year. I got it during our anniversary, and we were at a hotel, and he wanted to watch Office Space, and the only place I thought to view it was Hulu, but even on Hulu, I guess with the level or like with the free trial, you had to pay extra to buy it. Anyways, years later, like a year later, we discover that his dad had it on DVD the whole
Of
time in his
course.
office. So I'm like, oh my God, like we could have just watched this a long time ago. So we watched it and it was actually pretty funny. I will say it was a
Yeah.
lot funnier than I was expecting it to be. But oh my God, that scene with it was Jennifer Aniston, right?
Yeah.
That scene where she's working at the fucking restaurant and her manager
Yeah.
says that she needs more pieces of flair.
More
I felt
flair.
that in my core.
Yes. But also this, at least not to mention the I'm not like other girls heifas that always have something slick to say about girls who enjoy expressing themselves through makeup.
Yes.
Uh, yeah, I have so many feelings, and so much of it is just like, please learn about internalized misogyny, please,
Oh my
because
gosh.
that's That's what it is.
Did you see the video that I shared? Well, I think I should put it in the Lagutta Discord, but did you see the one that I shared to the Half Cousins Discord? It was a TikTok user that I discovered recently, and I think her name is Caitlin, and she did a TikTok where she was like the not like other girls girl and like stuff that they would say, and there
No,
was
I
a
didn't
line
see that.
there was a line in that little TikTok where she said something like, "Yeah, like I don't really wear that much makeup because I'm just like really bad at it. So I just like put mascara on and go." Do you want a cookie?
And yes, it is highly, highly accurate when you're with regards to corporate culture. That's why I was dreading corporate culture from the time that I was like in school because of Office Space, because I knew it was true. I knew it. And what Peppy said, the debate about makeup is never nuanced because people who hate makeup are like, you're being oppressed. And the people that are forced to wear makeup can only wear certain types of makeup. Well, that's the thing
Yes.
is that like the whole like goal, like I love putting on makeup. I love like the creativity behind it, and I like want to cheer people on to do that if that inspires them. But also if you're not interested in it or it just doesn't do shit for you, okay, that's fine. But I agree that I don't understand girls who feel the need to put down other women for being themselves. I'm the glamorous and feminine presenting woman and I'm a magnet for that bullshit. I just think that we are trained in our lives as women to be in competition and to demean and degrade other women because there can only be one. Because
Yeah.
you have to fight to be the one that is the most loved, or the one that is the sexiest, or the one that is the most mothering, or the best friend, or there can only be one, and so you're always
Yeah.
competing for that, when in the reality, just like when I talk about the beauty community, we can all win. Like we can all succeed and we can all be whoever we want to be, and it doesn't demean another woman. Me being more androgynous one day doesn't make somebody that's feminine less important or less valid.
Yeah. I included the link to the TikTok for anyone who wants to see it. I watched a lot of her other stuff and it was really funny. But I completely agree with you, Em. I feel
Yeah,
like there there's such a culture around policing women and
yeah,
what they should and shouldn't be, how they should and shouldn't dress. And it's really hard growing up around that stuff. You and I have talked
yeah,
at length about the way that our families have kind of policed and have been rigid in terms of like what is acceptable. And
yeah,
it's such bullshit. Like just like stop focusing on what everyone else is doing. Just focus on what you're doing. Like why the hell
yeah.
do you care?
Agreed. Also, good night, Alex. But yeah, I thought this this comment, pieces of the flair, unspoken uniform requirements at a restaurant from the movie Office Space. You were encouraged to wear more pins, but not an official rule. It's always like you're not quite good enough as a woman. You're always like, you need more flair. It's like you just need this. You need that. You need this. You
Yeah.
need that. It's like, but there's no. It's not like there's a handbook, a guidebook of like, this is what's required. It's just like, no, 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 but today I think you need this, but tomorrow this. Yes, work from home has been the best thing because I don't have to worry about office politics, about dress, makeup, my type for hair. Uh, that's
Oh
my
my
thing is like,
god.
I feel like, especially when I was working, like a lot of times I was a very casual person, but I would do some fun makeup. But it's like that would always be that push and pull of like, oh, are the clothes, do they look too sloppy? And it's just like I'm wearing the same thing that for me as a fat person, I would be wearing the same things that a coworker who was half my size was wearing wouldn't get any comments, or they wouldn't get any comments. I would. if I didn't wear makeup, it was like there was always a you look tired. Are you okay? If I wore too much makeup, it's like, oh, that's blue. Your eyes are blue. Like stupid man comments.
Oh God.
There's never like, and it wasn't an office environment. I was in a bakery customer service situation, a little bit of everything, but it was just always something. Oh wow, women give me more hell for makeup than men, surprisingly. I've never in my life teased women who choose not to wear makeup, but I see the other way around all the time.
Oh,
I agree.
I agree.
This Hi Pollyanna, always come in with the best lines. It's a competitive sport solely for the entertainment of white male gaze. It's true. They set us up to compete with one another so they can sit back and watch and continue to hold power while we're distracted fighting with each other.
Yeah.
Yes. Women are not allowed to express agency over our own bodies and beauty.
Legal and Lipstick had a really good comment a little bit before that. Like, me wearing lime green eyeshadow does not take away from my ability to do my job. Thank you.
Literally, there was nothing about makeup would ever distract me from my work. Ever.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I can't stand. I feel like, I don't know. You and I were talking recently about things like dress codes and how dress codes disproportionately target women and what they can and cannot wear. And I think about school dress codes and like the dress code at my own high school about like not like I remember like my freshman and sophomore year of high school, we didn't have a dress code of any kind. And no, well, actually, I think it might have just been my freshman year. My freshman year, we didn't really have much of a dress code of any kind, aside from like you can't just come to school in your pajamas. Like you have to wear actual shoes. You can't just come in flippers, things like that. Yeah. And then sophomore year, they started implementing more dress code things. Like girls couldn't wear leggings to school anymore. You wouldn't be able to wear like V-neck t-shirts. You couldn't wear like spaghetti straps, no crop tops, nothing like that. And then I remember when I was a sophomore, I started doing like a local like youth group like with my church, and I was like surprised at like what people that went to the local public schools were able to wear. Like they were able to wear pretty much whatever they wanted. They were able to wear shorts, they were able to wear crop tops if they wanted to, and it didn't seem like it was a big deal. And it's like the administration is making a much bigger deal of it than it actually is, and trying to use the excuse that it distracts other students is fucking bullshit. Just say it that you don't care much about the comfort of your female student body.
Well, more of it is what it's Faye. More of it, I will answer your question, but I wanted to say more of it is about not holding men and boys accountable for their own actions. By saying your clothes are distracting men, so you have to change it, you are saying, I would rather you be uncomfortable than possibly tempt a boy or a man, and they cannot be responsible for their own actions, especially when it comes to sex and sexuality. So developing, whether you're young, you're developing, you're in college, you're in an office, you are accountable for yourself. And if you're not being taught like respect and distance and not sexualizing another person, you should be. And it shouldn't be on the women and the girls to change their appearance so that you're comfortable when you're and then and they never and they never have these conversations about if you see a woman and it makes you feel some, especially if you're a younger guy, you might not be able to control. You're like, oh shit, I got a heart on because that chick's cleavage. You should learn about that and understand what to do, and not just think, oh, the whole world should change. I should never have temptation. I should never have to be able to deal with any of this shit.
Right. Exactly. Dude, there was an incident where my school, okay, so I went to a private Catholic high school. We didn't have uniforms as I mentioned. And I remember that there was I mean, I hate that there were people that like there was this girl in my class who I think came to school with like either a V-neck shirt or leggings or something that went against the school dress code. And one, I think it was total bullshit because people like if you're trying to make an adjustment like a dress code, I feel like the wording was like we couldn't show our clavicle. So like I'm wearing a V-neck right now. Granted, I don't really have much cleavage, but like
Yeah.
this would be against my school's dress code. We had to wear shirts that at least came up to like up here. So basically you either had to wear sweaters or crew necks or collared shirts. And so because people are like, "What? Fuck that." Like I'm not going to shell out
Yeah.
all this money for a brand new wardrobe because you're disproportionately targeting your female student body. So a lot of people would just come to school and like they would layer a scarf over their shirt to compensate
Yeah.
for us not being able to show clavicles. And so I just thought that the whole thing was stupid. And there was a different incident where this girl in my class like broke dress code. And if you broke dress code, which I actually got dress coded one time, I didn't know that like you couldn't show your bra straps. I didn't know that you couldn't show like you couldn't wear off the shoulder tops that showed your bra straps. But apparently, if you're wearing a strapless bra, it's okay. And I was so angry. And that was like the first and only time that I ever got dress coded. But I was so upset about it. I was like, why? There was another girl who was in my class and she got dress coded, and they made you like if you were a girl and you got dress coded, you had to wear like an oversized PE t-shirt that said like dress code on the back. And like I never
Are
at the
you
time
fucking
realized how
kidding
fucked
me?
up that was.
That's like putting a scarlet A on somebody.
It
Like,
is.
what the? I had at speaking of the bakery job, I had a boss who she's a woman. She was older, but not like I think she's in her 50s at the time. So a lot of clothes on me are very like the shoulder. I think the shoulders are just big on me. Plus size clothes are not like the shapes are always fucking wrong. Always like if they fit my hips, the shoulders like too big. So a lot of times my clothes would kind of like be a little bit more off shoulder. I would have a bra strap showing. The amount of times I had one of my bosses comment on that, and I'm like, you piece of shit. There are so many things in this space to worry about. Stop fucking commenting about a bra strap. And guess what? That's why I'm now braless. You don't want to see my bralette strap? Fine, I'm not going to wear a fucking bra. You can just see my shoulder. It would make me so
Yeah.
angry because it's because women policing women too, and I'm just like, it's a bra strap. Why is that? Why is that like blasphemous to show a bra strap?
Yeah. There was a girl in my there was a different girl. There was the girl who had to wear the dreadful dress code t-shirt, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Now looking back on it, it was totally like they gave her a scarlet letter. Like how ridiculous it is to have to be, and she was really petite. They didn't even give her a t-shirt that was her size. They gave her like one that was way oversized, which just further drove home the ridiculousness of the whole situation. And then there was another girl in my class who she was in band, and there was a guy behind her who ended up like snapping her bra strap. And I don't know whatever ended up happening to him, but at the time I was like, is she okay? Like, I can only
Mo,
imagine what it's like to be assaulted like that, to have someone
yeah,
literally put their hands on you and put you in a vulnerable position because they think it's funny. Like,
yeah.
fuck off. Like, they need to be reprimanded and held accountable.
And Mo mentioned this too. Anyone have boys pull their bras? I used to slap them so hard. Good on you for slapping back because not only is that shit painful, it is like it. They're touching your body. and then also harming it. And you're just like, because you could see it, that's why? Is that why you did that? Like,
Yeah.
what? And Faye, I broke dress code and a teacher literally embarrassed me in front of the whole class and called me out. I cried. Like,
I'm so
I
sorry.
I also want to say, hey Toya and hey Emily Original Eeyore. She came in a little bit earlier. Wait, where is her comment actually? But welcome. We're in the middle of dress code talk and the bullshit that women deal with um, in the world. Oh, I have ridiculously long arms and the short skirt rule screw me. Oh, the whole it has to
Yeah.
be below your fingertips. Uh yes. Say hello to my nipples.
Yeah, the
Um,
thing with my school was they would okay, so my school being a religious school, we would have days like maybe once a month we would have liturgy days where we would have to dress up like basically like in a certain dress code. So we had to wear like white collared shirts. And then we had to wear like basically like dressing up for going to church. Like you could
yeah.
wear a skirt, but it couldn't be too short, or you could wear like you could wear heels, you could wear flats, you could wear like pants, and guys had to wear slacks, and they weren't allowed to not like basically we had like a dress code for liturgy
Mm-hmm.
days. And so a lot of girls would get busted on liturgy days for having skirts that were too short, and they specifically made it to where women faculty had to be the one to tell them so that the school wouldn't get in trouble for having male faculty members comment on things like cleavage and short skirts. And I'm like, the fact that you have to dance around a rule to make it acceptable means that you should further examine why this rule exists in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the fingertip rule. Yeah, I've heard about boys unhooking the bra, and what Mo said. This pissed me off. When I was in prep school, they accused us of wearing lace bras to tempt the male adult teachers. Remember, they are adults. I asked if they would buy new bras for me because I only have two, and the teacher's face turned pale.
Oh my
You
god.
are an adult, and these are children. Why is this conversation happening? And it's not just in these schools because I hear it, I've heard it in multiple places. Like it
Yeah.
happens all the time. But also, what Annie said, I cried the times I saw videos of teachers cutting black students' braids or dreadlocks or coaches, referees. It's only ever unkempt on black bodies. And
Oh.
that happens in workplaces too. The whole idea of like that natural hair is not professional. I'm like, there's so much wrong in this world, in this country, I would say. Yes, the public educational system is racist garbage, and patriarchal schools are surprisingly worse.
Yes.
Uh,
Also, Rachel Joy's comment about wearing front hook bras only, the fact that we even have to think about what direction the hooks of our bras have to go in and buy a bunch of new ones so that we're
yeah,
free from this kind of harassment is an indication that this is fucking bullshit.
humanity is problematic. Agreed, agreed. Humanity is fucking worst. Uh, Well, and it's I mean, I think it's worse for black women and women of color with like natural curly hair, like not just curly
Mhm.
hair. I don't know if that's what fluffy sheep means. That's a funny name, fluffy sheep. Um, yeah, exactly. Like, and yes, this sexualizing children. Why do clothes matter? You're a child. The fact that oh, my brain broke. Oh, they have the hooks in the front, like right here in
Like in
between the
between the
boobs.
cups, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, straightening hair was so popular in the 90s.
Yeah.
I have multiple friends who had extremely curly hair, And I mean, they were white girls, but they would straighten it every day and just like
Yeah.
kill the hair. And that's the thing. If we don't stop the boys, but they don't stop the boys' harassment and it continues into adulthood, they learn that they don't have to ask for consent, that women are for their taking. They learn it at a young age and it just becomes part of their life.
Yeah. You know, this is a conversation that makes me think about like also how women's bodies and girls' bodies are policed around family members as well. This was a whole thread that I was reading about on Instagram that I can kind of relate to an extent as well. Like I remember when I was younger, there would be times where I was like slouching on the couch and my grandpa would tell me to like sit up and like sit like a lady kind of thing. Granted, he didn't do that to me very often, but there was always like these weird like undertones of like not wanting, cuz like I grew up being an affectionate kid and
Mhm.
like I was always someone who like physical touch was how I expressed care for other people, and there was a sense of like my family wanting to not be of my family not wanting to be so affectionate with other like male friends of the family, and the fact that you are letting people into this house that you think would pose a threat to me calls into question your judgment of who you choose to bring around your family than it does to who I am as a child. You
Yeah.
have kids who grow up in households where they can't walk around in shorts and no bra because
Yeah.
they're going to have male company over. Well, then why the hell are you bringing male company into this house if you feel like me being braless and in shorts is going to cause a problem?
Yeah. Exactly. It's just like, oh, yeah, don't sit like that in front of male family members. Don't wear this or that in front of male family members. Went through that and it was so gross. Again, it just, yeah, family policing women's body is crazy. My family too. It's just like it's it's also it's like a respectability thing. It's like not even, and sometimes it's, I don't even necessarily know if it's worrying about the person specifically or if it's just don't be like that, period. Like just don't do that. You just don't do that. Like just setting the tone for any interaction, any male interaction at all. Like you don't do that.
Yeah. Oh, Emily
Uh,
Original's comment. We had a ski club and it was ridiculous how the boys, I'm assuming, would purposely try to toss shit into my cleavage. Tell me
uh,
why. There was this girl that I went to high school with. I think she transferred schools like sophomore or junior year, but she had bigger boobs, and the guys that she hung out with were like kind of skaters, like sort of potheads, like they all hung out together and it was really casual. And this was before like this dress code was enforced, so she had bigger boobs and she would like, naturally if you're gonna show cleavage. And I remember I was sitting at a lunch table with some people after school, and I saw them trying to like throw baby carrots into her cleavage, and she was like laughing it off, and it's like, I'm sure looking back on it, she was extremely uncomfortable. And
yeah,
it's like you don't feel like you as a woman sometimes have the power to just tell your guy friends to stop being fucking dickheads about
yeah,
stuff like that.
exactly.
And because guys are not often taught to respect women's bodies, that's like a
Mhm.
foreign concept to them, and they might have been hearing it for the first time. And so I'm sitting here years later ruminating on that, and I'm like, I feel so bad for this girl. Like the fact that people are just doing whatever they want to you without any regards for how it makes you feel or like putting themselves in your shoes is really sad. And these people are supposed to be your friends.
Yeah, exactly. Boys will be boys, but girls should know better. And Emily was saying, I've had grown ass men leering at me since fucking 14. So one of my good friends in middle school, high school, she she was like 4'11" and like pretty thin, but developed really quickly and had like She said she had double D's. They were big. She was very unproportionate. And I still remember, speaking of bras, okay, I'm older than Alex. I'm not old, but growing like middle school time was like peak spaghetti strap tank top time.
Yeah.
Okay. She had big boobs in middle school, had to wear bras with it. She would get so much shit because she would have bra straps showing. But it's like, okay, but all my friends are wearing spaghetti strap tank tops. I just want to wear those, but I can't because I have to wear a bra with it. Like, would get so much shit. And she started working, like, probably technically illegally at like 14 and a half in the mall at one of those like cookie stands, the big giant cookies, and she would deal with harassment so much because she was also short. So like men would walk up to the counter and basically just be able to see right, just see your boobs, just like right into
Uh,
it. She dealt with so much, and I know, and she was sensitive, and she like would put on like a strong face about it, but I know it was a constant thing for her. Yeah, and why don't other men call out men acting creepy? Or women, and then they call me rude for cussing those men out. Oh wow. Uh, and even if exactly, even if your friend wasn't uncomfortable,
yeah.
I could bet money that now as an adult she was like, "That's so fucked," which is a recurring thing that happens to women. That's what happened. Is like my friend, we would talk about it when she was in college and we were looking back at, or we were both in college and we were looking back at like middle school, high school, and by that age she was just like, "Wow, that was so fucked," but you did what you had to do to make money, and she needed to get a job to be able to make money for her and her family basically.
Hmm.
um, and yeah, you can't necessarily help but to show cleavage if you have larger boobs or higher up.
Yeah. Oh, there was a comment that Rachel Joy posted. 90s
Mm-hmm.
Christianity modesty culture at 7:07. She said, I wasn't allowed to wear a bikini top in public ever because I was 12 with triple D cups and my parents were worried about creeps, tankinis, or nothing. And that was something that my family and I talked about not that long ago, because there was like a blog or something, like a mommy blog, that was talking about, or just something that happened on social media that my family was talking about, where this lady was, or there was like discourse around at what age should you let your daughters run around without tops on? Like, at
Mm-hmm.
what point do you force them to cover up because like creepy people are out in public and it's kind of hard to spot what a predator would look like or what people would be thinking in terms of pedophilic thoughts? And it's
Yeah,
like, at what point, like, do you like have a conversation with your daughters about needing to cover up or like wear tankinis or not be able to run around in just your swim trunks anymore?
yeah,
Because maybe you're at an age, like maybe you're 8 or 9 and your boobs are starting to develop at least a little bit, and it's like, do you like, it's when do you have that conversation, and at what point is that like sexualizing your kids versus
yeah.
trying to take measures to protect them as much as you can?
I know. I never really thought about that because we were always pretty. It was pretty heavy on the respectability part. I don't know. It was just like you just cover up. It was all about modesty. It was about covering up, and it's just like. So I think even as kids, we weren't really. I mean, the memories I have, I feel like we weren't like running around like half unclothed or whatever. We were always just like pretty normal in that way. Normal, I guess. Or maybe not normal, but because it was never like, oh, just be wild animals, be kids and run around. And it was always pretty covered, I would say, in kind of a, I guess looking back, I'm like, maybe it was kind of weird. Yes, I'm an observant person. It always spooked me to see grown men hit on my teenage girl coworkers at 16. Like, what are y'all doing? Cease and desist. Exactly. Oh, these kind of comments. Olivia was 11 and people would tell me you look older because I had breasts. I go back and
Oh.
look at the photos and see a kid. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, like my mom was very, even though I didn't have a very like developed body, which is very much about like covering. But yeah, no short shorts, no spaghetti straps, bikinis. Exactly. Praise you for dressing better than other girls.
Oh. Yeah, there was a so the girl this girl that I worked with, I remember that she was talking one time about a younger cousin of hers that wore like a shorter dress to like a family dinner, like Thanksgiving or Christmas or some holiday occasion, and
Mm-hmm.
like she herself was calling her own cousin that, or saying that her own cousin was dressing like a slut, like she was wearing a short dress that like barely covered her ass, like to a family thing, like why are you dressing like a slut? And
Yeah.
I was so taken aback. I wish I had said something sooner because
Yeah.
one, that's your family member. I don't care if you don't get along or if you're not that close. You shouldn't be
Yeah.
calling your own family member a slut. You shouldn't be calling anybody a slut, but that's a conversation for
No.
another day. But especially if your cousin is like, your cousin can wear whatever she wants. Like I hate this
Yeah.
idea of like, oh, you need to like wear, I it's hard because like within reason, I guess, like should you go to a family dinner wearing something that could be a swimsuit in some areas? Maybe not. But it's also like you also shouldn't be calling someone a slut for wearing a shorter dress to a family dinner. In what world is that okay?
I just don't understand why showing your body makes you a slut. Like, okay. But again, this goes back to the whole covering up dress code conversation because they're assuming you're a slut because men cannot control themselves because they're not made to control themselves. So you're dressing, showing your body off, which is going to make men want to be with you. And you're doing it on purpose. So, of course, you're probably getting with them. You're probably taking it or whatever. So that's a bad way to put it. So it all goes back to this where it's like, no, I should be able to wear what I want to wear. You should not like you should not harass me. You should not make any assumptions. You should not like think that my body is here for the taking because I'm wearing a short skirt. None of it should happen. Also, wait. Oh my gosh, Lisa, stay safe. A tornado touchdown by me.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Stop policing others. That's what I mean. How do we healthily raise our girls to feel free in their bodies in a world that lacks male accountability?
Oof.
Yeah. Tanas, I don't know if there are other moms here. When you have kids, you just want to protect them. We have no control of the world, but we do have control over how our kids dress. I think that the tough thing with the dressing thing is that hmm, I don't know. I think that here's the thing is that, and maybe this is a big jump, but I think that by focusing on kind of how they dress, I'm if or when if or when your child, whether they're a child or an adult, possibly has a sexual assault situation, to me something about it makes me feel like it leads the blame back to the woman because the focus has been on how you dress and what you wear and why it's right or why it's wrong. And so when something happens that crosses boundaries or is just straight up assault, it can be easy if that's what you've been raised to feel. It can be easy with both that pressure and the kind of general feelings out in the world to think, okay, well, this is my fault. This happened because I didn't do this, because I did do this, because I this. When in the reality, it happened because somebody assaulted you and not,
Yeah.
then the fault was not on you.
Yeah, I think what also is difficult about being a parent is being not just like wanting to protect your kids because of the way that they dress, but also protecting your kids by who you choose to associate with and what family members you allow into your home. Like my one of my aunts on my dad's side of the family, her daughters are able to wear like pretty much anything, like they are able to express themselves by dress, and they're able to wear like shorter shorts and crop tops and walk around without a bra. And I don't know if my aunt imposes different rules whenever there's guests around, but I wouldn't be surprised if they had, like, my aunt on my dad's side is a very no nonsense person. Like, she treats her house with a level of respect that I don't notice a lot of people treating their space with respect. Like she has done a really good job of setting very clear boundaries. Like whenever we used to have family gatherings at her house, and like maybe an argument would sprout up or something would happen, she would be like, you can either leave, or you can stop talking like this, because you are not going to disrespect my house by acting this way and by treating someone this way.
Yeah.
And I feel like when I have my own place, should that ever happen in this economy, whenever I have my own place, I want to like emulate that. If I ever had kids, I feel like I would be the ultimate champion for them being able to stand up for themselves. There's a meme that I've seen going around of, I don't know if it's from Mad Men or if it's from another show, but there's this little girl and she's like, "Don't touch me," and or "Don't touch my body." And the mom being like, "Yes, honey, like that's good. Like you stand up for yourself, and you put the smack down," basically. Like I support you and your decision to reject someone who is trying to like touch you in any way. And so I would want to be like that so bad. Like, you are not going to come into my house and be creepy. You're not going to sit here and make comments about my kids and potentially cause harm to them. Like, you are not welcome here. You are not going to act that way. I am going to be in defense of my kids, and you can like either be okay with that or you can get the fuck out.
Yeah, exactly. And I agree with what Mo says. Just so everyone knows, the creeps will look at your kids no matter what they wear. When Mo was 11 and
Yeah.
my body was changing, I only wore long skirts and baggy shirts, and I got creeped on so hard. It doesn't matter because men exist everywhere. Cleonna's saying great things. Instead of reinforcing the power of the male gaze, why not reinforce your children why it's wrong and how they can stand up? Sorry, I don't buy it. If you're not protecting your children, you're preventing them from learning how to protect themselves. I do think there's a balance of trying to figure out what is and what isn't. Like there's a balance, but I do agree that again, why do you want patriarchy to be the legacy you leave? Instead of teaching shame, how about teaching strength? Yeah, exactly. Creeps will be creeps. Let's teach kids to be comfortable and call out creeps instead of feeling shame that it's their fault. Agreed. It's like I would want to have a space, like I don't want kids, but if I was I have friends that like friends have kids and all that. If I was in a space where I would want the kids to feel comfortable being able to come to another adult and be like, that person makes me feel uncomfortable, or I don't like this person, and being able to talk it out. And even if they can't put into words why they feel bad, or I would hope they'd be able to like have that space to say those things before something went down. Yeah. But I think by building the space in your own home where you can say, this is not accepted, this is not allowed, it gives your kids that understanding that they can also say that, and they can also that they also can. I think there's this like whole trust your gut thing, and I know that's a bigger thing than just what it sounds like, but being able to trust that feeling and say that feeling is there for a reason, and I'm going to do something about it. Oh, good night, Cindy. Yes, because the shame extends into adulthood.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. At 9. Wow. Yeah, shame quickly turns into victim blaming. That's for sure, especially as an adult.
Yeah.
I completely agree with this. You should be able to walk naked in the streets and no one is entitled to touch you. The creep's behavior is never the fault of the child. I think that's true for adults too. Like, I think the idea that we all have to cover up in just certain ways, it's like we should be able to show our bodies the way we want to, and no one's entitled to anybody from child to adulthood. Obviously, I know not everyone's going to feel comfortable doing that as an adult, but it shouldn't be a mandatory thing of like, well, you have to wear this or that or this or that, or you're not, it's not appropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, huge t-shirts layered under flannels. Exactly. Here we go,
Yeah,
Mo
I
with all the
agree.
good advice.
Oh my God, yeah. Her most recent comment, teaching them personhood over their own body and bodily
Mm-hmm.
autonomy. Bodily autonomy is so important, and it's so difficult. Like growing up in cultures where physical touch and kisses and hugs are so ingrained in how we greet each other, our social
Yeah.
interactions. It's really difficult being someone who wants to be able to make your kids' lives better by teaching them to have autonomy over their own body when it treads the line of like being seen as disrespectful. Like I was talking to my family about this a little while back about how I don't think that kids should be forced to greet family members with hugs and
Mm-hmm.
kisses if they don't feel comfortable. And my family didn't necessarily agree with that. They're like, yeah, but kids, like, I also don't want to co-sign rude behavior and like stand by my kid who's like being a little shit and doesn't want to greet their grandma. Like that also is seen as like being disrespectful. But I feel like there's an in between here. Like there's a
Yeah.
difference between a kid being shitty and like being a brat and like not wanting to say hi to people and like being kind of rude about it versus like you can still greet your family members and show that you love them and not have to give them hugs and kisses if you don't feel like it.
The thing is like I know that there are some kids that are just brats, but I feel like if a kid's like I don't want to, I want to listen to that. I remember one of my somebody in my family was always very intense with his like, because we're also very like you kiss on both cheek. For every kid, every time he would take your cheeks and like twist them, and he was like doing it like aggressive like love, but also I was just like, what the fuck?
Yes.
And I remember my younger brother a couple of different times was like, I don't want to, like greet this person to my parents, and they were like, no, you have to. You have to. And I think about that now and I'm like, no, you shouldn't have to have physical contact with anybody if you don't want to, whether you're 2 years old or 92. Yeah. When my goddaughter was 1, she didn't want anyone touching her taco except to change her diaper. People thought we should force her to let us clean it. We said no. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope this is true, Annie. Annie said, I think this pandemic is teaching everyone body autonomy. I hope so. Yeah, exactly. No, 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 no. Yeah. Uh, yeah, exactly.
Let's give Uncle Jim a high five instead.
Oh my god. god, that's great. I love that. I love that.
That's funny.
Uh, yeah, I agree with Mo. Your grandma isn't entitled to kisses. I would stare at those people and not talk to them. Kids don't have to talk to you if you don't want to. There would be times when we'd be leaving some kind of family function. And of course, when you leave, you have to say goodbye to everyone. There's fucking
Yeah.
30 people in the room. I don't want to hug and kiss 30 people. Like, I don't. There'd be so many times as a kid
Yes.
where I would like do everything I could, just kind of like say it to like one or two people and kind of like sneak away to the door and wait for everyone else. But
Yeah. Again, like oh god, I forgot whose comment I was just reading. Um Rachel's.
Faye knows what I'm talking about.
Yes. Yeah. No, I had an extended family friend who would do that too. I hated it. Um my child does not owe you physical attention. That's exactly what I would pose to the person if I did have kids. And they
Yeah.
did say, like, oh, like, why don't they want to give me a hug? Why do you feel entitled to a hug from my kid? That's the real question here. Uncle Jim.
Uncle Jim. I was a rude little kid, according to most family friends. If my future kid does not want to hug or kiss anybody, I won't make them. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Allowing kids to have control over their bodies is the first step to stopping child abuse. It
Yeah.
is worldwide. It is. That's why so often when people are like, oh, it's such a, and they'll say, you know, like, let's say you're whatever, it's like, it's such a blah, blah, blah thing to, they'll say this. And I'm like, it's such an Arab thing to do this. It's such an Italian thing to do. Like, it's just like, there are so many different cultures that share certain things, whether it's food, like personal space and contact, like, I don't know, all these different things. I'm like, it's
Yeah, and like us, even if we take this conversation further into like bodily autonomy and its intersection with people who are not neurotypical, there are people who don't have, who are not, who are neurodivergent, who have an extreme aversion to physical touch, and those aren't
Mhm.
always identified at an early age. And the fact that you're forcing these kids to have physical contact with people, give them hugs, give them kisses. You are stepping over a line that you don't even know is there. These
Yeah.
kids, like, it brings them extreme discomfort. It makes them feel sick to their stomach to have to like perform affection in this way.
Yeah.
So don't fucking do it.
But I don't even think it's that extreme. I just think if the person does not want to hug you or does not want to kiss you, they should not have to.
Yes.
Period.
No,
Like,
I'm not
I agree.
disagreeing
No,
with that.
no. I'm saying like I agree with you, but I also think like it's even simpler than that. But I also agree that there are times. I think it's just that like with kids, I feel like everything is probably heightened to an extreme that we as an adults can't even remember. And so I think it's scary how easily we dismiss kids and their feelings and their thoughts just because they're kids, because they're not fully developed. So what do they know?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. They're like I don't come in, I don't cross paths with a
Agree.
lot of younger kids, but whenever I greet them and their parents tell them to give me a hug or give me a high five, like I always try to say like it's okay. Like it's
Yeah.
okay. They don't have to give me a hug. They don't have to give me a high five. Like I can greet them
Yeah.
from afar. I'm not going to be that adult that puts pressure on these kids to give me physical contact when they don't want to. And I think that's something that everyone should do. Like, don't
Yeah.
guilt. Who was it? I think it was Angela Mills at 7:31. And the fucking guilt. If you're not
Uh
going to hug, going to cry, get out of here. Get out of my face.
yeah. No, that was definitely prominent within my family. If you tried to pull that shit, especially if you're even if you're an adult, but if you're a kid, it would turn into this whole big thing. And I'm like, they don't want to. Like, why does it have to be some drama? Yeah, it is traumatic for some. And it's normalized. It's normalized. Once you, as a kid, especially once you hug and kiss your aunt once or your uncle once, you have to basically do it every single time, or somehow you're rude and terrible. Yeah, we as adults we ignore kids that kids have their own thoughts and feelings. Oh, exactly. Like I don't expect to like I don't deserve I don't deserve it just because we're
Yeah, I'm not entitled
interacting.
to it.
Exactly. And Emily original earlier said I'm a hugger, but I ask. That's exactly it. Yeah, and like it for that's for them, it makes them extremely uncomfortable. Yeah, exactly. I don't. It's like if I want to, I'm a hugger, but I also understand people that are not, and I would ask, but I never want to be like, you have to hug everyone, child. uh, Also, it's fine to be antisocial. I don't see anything wrong with that. I mean, it's rude as to be called out like that, but like the fact that people are like, that's an insult. I'm going to call this person antisocial. Really, Karen? Really? Oh, oh, that's amazing. Thorne says, I tell the parent, actually, I don't want to hug and pray the kid picks up the fact that themselves included people are allowed to say
Yeah.
that. That's amazing. I love that. Just stiff it up and just like this. I don't
Oh
know.
my God. There's this, oh my God, this totally reminds me. So there's this guy at work and he's a little bit older than me. He's like I'm 25 and I think he's like 31, 32, and he's kind of awkward, and we have like me and my coworkers, I feel I feel bad because like he doesn't seem like he's a bad person. He's just a little bit socially unaware of like what is acceptable for people and stuff. And so I have been like kind of on this vendetta of like avoiding him because he has the terrible habit of like putting his hands on your shoulder or like finding excuses to like be touchy, not in a way that feels creepy, but like in a
Yeah.
way that you're trying too hard to connect with me on a social level. And I think for a while he might have had like a crush on me or something, because he was like, it felt like every time we went out to lunch with him or had some sort of like social interaction with my coworkers and him, that he would find an excuse to like reach out and touch me in some capacity. That anytime that we would go out, if we were like in the car, I would make sure to like, if he sat in the back, like I would sit in the passenger seat. But there was one time that he actually traversed that whole distance to find a way to touch my shoulder, so I couldn't win. And like I talked to my other coworkers
No.
about it, and they were like, "Oh my God, you're totally right." Like eagle clawing my shoulder anytime he's like talking to me. And there was like, so we had our holiday party back in December, and we went out to dinner, and his entire team sat together, and there was no space for him because they asked this other girl from a different team to take the last seat so that he wouldn't sit with them. I felt so bad. But he sat behind one of the newer temps. She's my age. Actually, no, I think she's a year younger. And he was like, so they were like next, they were sitting in adjacent booths, and he was like talking to them from the neighboring booth, and like once again like eagle clawing her shoulder, and they were like, take a drink every time so and so like grabs so and so's shoulder. And like granted, I was a little bit litty at this holiday party, or wait, was I don't think I was able to drink because I was like taking medication that didn't work with alcohol at the time. So I wasn't able to drink, unfortunately. I really wish I could have, because they were the wine was flowing, it was on company money. I totally could have gotten litty at this holiday party, but unfortunately I didn't. But anyways, at the end of it, he like came up to me and my group, and he like reached for my shoulder, and like as soon as I felt his hand, I like visibly turned to get out of his grasp to send the message to not fucking touch me, dude. Don't touch me, because I will make a scene to try to get out of the way.
That's amazing. But this is fucking creepy. Angela, my creepiest experience was a dude that just put his arm around me randomly in a fucking Walmart.
What? Oh,
And I agree
no.
with this. Kids will hug you on their own and when they feel comfortable. I just say hi to kids and listen to them when they speak. And in a few interactions, they're calling me Auntie Mo and running up to me. That's so sweet. My friend, so her son, we worked together off and on. And like I worked from like kind of when he was born to about a year, like every week or every couple of weeks we would have like a whole day like work session. And I'm not a kid person, so when he was really really young I was never like, oh, can I hold him? Because I also felt a little weird, like I don't know, I didn't feel entitled to like cuddle this baby. He was fucking adorable, he still is, but I just never felt like that was my place. But then like as he's gotten older, like he gets to know me. And there are days where like he's just like, there would be days where he would like be like trying to climb on me. And then other days where he's just like doing his thing. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. Like, you're your own person. You do your thing. Whenever you want to hang out, we hang out. And when you don't, we don't. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, I'm just catching up on chat. I like that. I'm selectively social. And then Tan was like, put that on a shirt. Yeah, nobody should have to explain. Sophie said, I never liked having to hug and kiss anyone and still don't to this day and always have to explain. It's nothing personal. I just don't like it. I don't care if it upsets anyone. It just doesn't get it. People that don't get it just don't get it. But you should never really have to explain like why you don't want to have physical contact.
Yeah.
The touchers are waiting desperately for this to be over. Do not get complacent. Stay vigilant.
Oh my god.
I wish I could just be like 6 feet all the time. 6 feet. 6 feet.
I know.
Oh. I'll take anyone's hugs if your families won't hug you. I think it's also a balance of it's less the families hugging you and more of you wanting those hugs. So that's usually the key. Wait, that teacher's a witch? What's going on? Oh, I got punished in high school for telling the boy behind me not to touch me when we were supposed to be quiet. I had to stand facing the board when the teacher erased, and I was covered in chalk dust.
What?
Whoa, I have so much anger for what you experienced. Oh. What is wrong? Yes, that teacher is a witch. Actually, no, witches are cool. Angela, unrelated. Why when I tell creeper dudes that I'm married, so am I is not the winning response. Ugh.
Yikes.
Someone told a 5-year-old I wasn't her real auntie and she should stop calling me Auntie Mo. She said she knew that and would still call me Auntie Mo. That's sweet.
Oh my god, Annie.
No.
Oh no.
Full body like this right now.
That made my skin crawl.
Yes. Remember when the world collapsed? 6 feet rule forever. But Annie, this doesn't always work, Rachel Joy. Just gonna warn you. Some creepers are determined, even in the pandemic era.
Also, it makes me really sad going back to Angela's comment. I hate that like we have to constantly use our relationship status as deterrence to people's unwanted advances, and we like it's not safe for people to just say that they're not interested because it could literally get you killed.
And it doesn't even matter even if you do say I have a boyfriend or I'm married or I'm Like, it doesn't matter. They
Yeah.
will still, it doesn't change them. Also, yes, I find it creepy when people
Oh,
ask to touch your
yeah.
belly when you're pregnant. I still remember the day I moved into my apartment. I was living in Brooklyn. I hadn't just moved to Brooklyn, but I moved into an apartment with a friend, and she had a weird move-in situation where she basically, anyway, I had to hang out in the lobby of the building while she was like bringing stuff inside. And we were about to go upstairs, and somebody that lived in the building was coming down the stairs, and I could tell he was toasted. Like he was drunk, and he was with like his girl, and he stops to try to talk to me and my friend, and all of a sudden, in the middle of trying to talk to us, he reaches out and puts his hand on my stomach and tries to ask like how many months I am, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Wait, did you miss the oh, she doesn't have her headphones on. Yeah. Alex, did you miss the point of my story, because it was disgusting.
I took off my headphones when you said that you had to wait in the lobby.
Okay. So, as we're like going upstairs, some two people that live in the building were coming downstairs. It was a man and a woman. The man was obviously drunk, like just gone. She starts talking to us, hi Veronica, and all of a sudden reaches out and puts his hand on my fat stomach and asks me how many months I am. And I was like, well, I just moved into this building. Not only are you touching a stranger, which no, don't do that, but also you're making presumptions. And I was just like, just fat. Or I feel like I wish I had said just fat, not pregnant. I probably just said I'm not pregnant. I'm just like, what the fuck?
Oh my god. Oh
Yeah.
my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. And
Yeah. Just like, oh no, what the fuck? Yeah, exactly. Just like, well, yeah. And now Veronica's here. Also, yes, why do you want to touch a pregnant woman's stomach that you don't know? Why? Why? Why do you want to touch a stranger, period? Like, what? Fucking weird. Speaking of weird, Veronica's weird. Yeah. Oh, no. That,
oh no.
I
No,
don't.
no, 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 no,
Mm-mm.
no.
Yes, Rachel Joy. I love how Veronica is aggressively touchy feely while we're having this conversation. Exactly.
The irony is palpable. I was gonna say, I know that this is kind of an unrelated topic, but Faye was on fire the other day on her stories when she was talking about gender reveal parties and how they're bullshit, and how you
Oh, they are the
technically
worst.
you can't reveal a gender because a gender expression is something that your child comes to on their own, and you can't
Yeah.
reveal that at a party before the child is even born. And also, why are we making whole parties centered around people wanting to know what kind of genitalia your baby has? Like, if you boil it down to its simplest
Yeah.
form, that's literally what it is. Why? And same with baby showers. Like, people are so locked into the gender binary that they want to know, like, oh, is it going to be a boy or is it going to be a girl? Because that's gonna dictate what kind of gift they give you. Why are gendered gifts still a thing? Why are items still gendered? I don't understand. And why are people so invested in knowing the sex of your baby? Like, why do you care?
And it's such a big to do. I worked at a bakery. We did so many gender reveal cakes and cupcakes and all this shit, and people would get so like intense about it. You're too fucking cute right now, Veronica. They would get so intense about it, and I'm like, as you said, you're having sex reveal parties. That's what you're having. You're having like why is it a thing? Why do we care? Yes, and why are baby sections gendered? Like it's all for a kid. It's like how if somebody has okay, let's say they find out the gender, they're told it's a boy, they have the child, it happens that is actually a girl, and all of a sudden, well, I can't dress her in blue, that's a boy's color. So you're so blue's gonna is it gonna turn her back into a boy? Like,
Right.
is it gonna turn her into a boy? Like, what does that mean? Blue is a boy's color. It's a it's a onesie. It's a rattle. Why does it matter? Yes.
Yo, Mo's comment, gender reveal parties are the height of capitalism.
Oh my
Love
gosh.
that.
Yes, I agree. It's just another excuse to spend money while you're pregnant when you already have so many other things to spend money on.
That's what I mean, going back to Mo's other comment about everything being green and yellow, a part of me
Yeah.
is like, why are green and yellow considered like gender neutral, but other colors are not considered gender neutral? Colors are just colors. I don't
Yeah,
know.
exactly.
I've thought about it, and I'm like, if I ever had a kid and I wanted to have a baby shower, like I was telling Faye, I was DMing with Faye the day that she posted these in her stories, and I was like, I think a big part of it is just that people want another party to get more shit from people, which like
Yeah.
fair because having a kid is expensive, but like you can have parties to celebrate that you're having a kid and they don't have to revolve around whatever genitalia the kid has. Like,
Yeah.
it's one thing to have like a party with your friends to celebrate that you're having a kid. Also, why are baby showers like a women only thing? Are guys not supposed to if it's a if it's a hetero couple,
Yeah.
why are co-ed baby showers not more normalized? Should dads not also be excited that they're having a kid? And
Because men are not
should his friends not also be excited for him that he's having a kid?
because men are not supposed to be that tied into their child's life. Is really what I think it comes down to. They're not supposed to be that connected. They're supposed to care, but not be that caring.
Yeah.
I feel like if I ever had a child, I would say, no, I won't. I'm not having a kid. I would be like, just give me everything rainbow. And then any conservative people in my life would be like, oh my god, are you trying to turn your child gay from birth? And I'd be like, maybe. Like, what the fuck does it matter? Just like, why? Yeah, exactly. One of my favorite colors is blue to go against everyone's expectations of being a girl. Exactly. Yes, and baby shower games, weirdest shit ever.
They are.
This okay. One of my friends, we've talked about this. So because we both are like the type that we're probably not ever gonna get married. And like I met her like 10 years ago and we would talk about this and she's a couple years older than me. We're both like, why can't I have my own like registry? Like, can I just like have my own wedding? I marry myself. And maybe she was. I never really watched Sex in the City, so I didn't get the reference. But it's just like why do only married people deserve fancy new appliances and shit for their kitchen? Oh, absolutely.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Pollyanna's comment from 750. Fun fact, gender reveals are a new thing invented by the religious right in response to gay marriage.
I knew they were a new thing. I didn't know where they
Hmm.
were. Yeah.
Didn't know
Uh,
that.
that's cute. I call my daughter Frog because that's how she was positioned in every ultrasound. The number of people who were upset because a frog was a boy thing,
What?
whatever.
They're literally frogs.
Seriously. Oh, thank you, T. getting braids in tomorrow, right? So you have to do, it sounds like
Yeah.
there's a lot of beginning things. That's amazing. Tell
I
Ray
thought
Ray I said
about
hi.
I thought about that, like colors for a baby shower and stuff like that. I forgot who said it. Like either getting rainbow or like purple for like
Yeah.
non-binary babies and stuff like that. I don't know. I thought about it and I was like, maybe I would just have everything be like beige or like tones of brown or like white or something like that. Just because I don't think that like having, but the whole rainbow thing also makes sense. I hate it. I hate all of it. Like I just want to burn all of it and
Yeah.
like start from
No.
scratch because I hate this idea like cuz okay, so for anyone who doesn't know, I have a younger half sister. My mom recently had a baby again and she just turned a year old. And it's weird
We
knowing
try.
all that I know about like gender studies. It's weird knowing what I know about gender studies and feeling like it's weird like why are we even like assigning her pronouns and like
Yeah.
why is she a she and like I know that goes down like a whole nother rabbit hole of stuff. But like the other day my family was talking about like in relation to like race and dating and like like how would people respond like if she brought home like a non-white guy. And I had this
Yeah.
conversation with my family on like a week later, and I was like, it's weird to me that we are framing it in a heteronormative lens to begin with. One, you're assuming that she's even going to be romantically interested in anybody. And two, you're assuming that she's going to automatically be romantically interested in men. How are you going to feel if she brings home a woman?
Yeah.
Like, is that something that that's even crossed your mind? I think a lot of people in my family still think that people who are not heterosexual are still the minority, and I
Yeah.
don't think that's true in any way. I feel like the reason not more people are out is because wide scale it's still not as acceptable to not be heterosexual. So you have these people that are settling for heteronormative relationships because they aren't in a society or an environment where they can really be themselves.
Yeah.
And so you have these people who like you still have I don't know, like I don't oh like her dad, so her my mom's partner we were talking about like clothing or something like that, and he was saying that if like when my little sister grows up that he would still prompt her to like if we were celebrating my birthday or if it was a family event, because like people in my life they have like extended families and in-laws where kids are not as regulated in terms of what they wear, and there's like
Mm-hmm.
criticism about it. So you have people who like let their kids wear like princess dresses out to the grocery store, and my family has always been of the belief that like you don't wear your princess dress unless it's like for Halloween. Like you're going to wear your
Yeah.
normal clothes to go to school. And so he kind of took that conversation and applied it to my little sister. Like if she doesn't like I'm going to tell her like go and get dressed. It's your sister's birthday, like you're going to wear that dress. And it's like that kind of rubbed me the wrong way because I'm over here thinking like one, you shouldn't be policing what she's wearing. Like if it were up to me, I would be the one to step in and say no, don't force her to wear a dress to a party for me if she doesn't want to.
Yeah.
Like
Exactly.
it's one thing to wear like clothes that are a little bit more polished because it's a special occasion, but don't force her to wear a dress on my behalf.
No. That's the thing is like I think that for me growing up there was so much policing of what you wore, how you acted, how you presented. And I'm just like, I don't want any of that for any kids that are in or around my life. I just wanted to touch on T mentioned that back to the women only baby showers back in the day, fathers weren't even allowed in the room during labor. They pace outside in the hallway, chain smoking or whatever. It's always been such a gendered situation. But I agree. It's like I don't want any child to be forced to wear something they don't like. The kids that I see that like, get to just like whatever they put on, their parents are like, okay, you want to wear that? You sure? Okay, that's what you wear, and like they love it. The kids love it. Like a friend of mine, I mean, she's super like I would say quirky, whatever. And her kids always just like would put together these crazy outfits. And she was like, as long as it was appropriate for the weather, if it was cold outside, they were all covered. If it was warm outside, like if they wanted to go out in a bunch of layers, I would warn them. But if they went, then we would deal with it. Like that's what I want. It's like you want to wear striped tights and a polka dot skirt and your princess tutu top and like that's what you want to wear. Cool. You want to wear jeans and like whatever coveralls, whatever. That's fine. Like wear what you want to wear. Oh my gosh. Ooh, a red and gold baby shower. That sounds gorgeous. What are you having? A baby, duh. Yes, and yes, let boys wear princess dresses if they want. I love this. I saw a mom walking outside of the grocery store. Her son had a bucket on his head in the cart. I smiled at her because she was just letting him be himself. I love that. That makes me so happy. Ooh, that's so cute. Do you know how many times my daughter went to stores dressed as Rainbow Dash, or Hazel from the Little Charmers? Oh, yeah. There's just so much like forced everything on kids. I don't understand it.
Yeah. Oh, my best friend and I were talking about this. Like, if you choose not to disclose the sex of your kid, that should be acceptable. And the fact that you have people who are like asking new moms. I forgot who made the comment
Mm-hmm.
earlier. Like, why do you feel entitled to touch my infant?
Yeah,
But the fact that
exactly.
people ask questions like, "Oh, is it a boy or a girl?" Like, the fact that it's become so normalized, you don't think about it as like, why does the stranger want to know what my kid's private parts are?
Honestly, even if it's a family member or a friend, I'm like,
Yes.
it doesn't matter. Like, here are some things you can buy. Like, if it's a baby shower, okay, if you're really frustrated by the fact that I'm not telling you the gender of my child, here are a million other things that you can buy that are not gendered. There are diapers, there are supplies, there's towels, there's this, there's that. Here's my gender neutral baby registry. Go shop and leave me alone.
Hmm. Yeah.
I wore an Ariel wig to my first week of kindergarten. That's adorable.
Iconic.
Oh, that's awesome, Daisy. She lets my nieces dress themselves. Love to see their creativity. We do a dress up for kids yoga on my channel, and my friend is so cool. She was working from home, and her kids wore their dad's white button downs and white tights and masks. Dentist, she said. Okay. Oh, that's so like cool. They were like a white button down and tights. I'm a dentist.
That's so cool.
Exactly. Also, yes, buy your children boys' toys and girls' toys, whatever gender they
Yes.
are.
Seriously. On that topic, I started watching well, one, I watched Love, Simon the other day. I had never seen Love, Simon, but I wanted to watch it. And I saw it, I recorded it. Thankfully, I saw that I was able to record it on my DVR. Yes, a wipe
Mm-hmm.
warmer is very important.
I don't
I
even
was
know what
able to
that is.
watch like a warmer for baby wipes
Mm-hmm.
so that they're not
Oh.
cold. But anyways, I was watching Love, Simon specifically so that I could binge Love, Victor on Hulu because it just came out recently. And
Mm-hmm.
there's a scene, I don't want to spoil it for anyone who hasn't seen it, but the topic of toys and gendered toys and like having girls' toys would lead kids to like become gay, and like that's not acceptable in a conservative religious household came up. And
Yeah.
it was a really good lesson to be learned that like the way that you grew up and the way that you thought things were acceptable back then, and the fact that you're using it to oppress people's gender expression now, does not make it okay just because you grew up that way and you felt
Yeah.
like it was a part of how you understood the world. Like, we need to
Good night,
continually make
Elise.
good night, Elise. We need to continue making this progress. It's like, I forgot who, I think Kenya said it, like when it comes to politics, and when she
Mm-hmm.
was talking about, I think Ellen specifically, like truly progressive people should be happy when what they considered progressive at the time becomes the norm, and you have to continue progressing beyond that. We can't just stay stagnant and feel like, yay, we reached progression, and then just stop there. You should be thrilled when what's considered progressive becomes the norm.
The goalpost is always going to move, and you have to accept that. And I hear that a lot with like, so people, especially with this whole like, you know, the millennials are so sensitive or this or that. People will be like, oh, well, you know, I grew up with, and they'll describe something that is like obvious, what we would call now emotional abuse from a parent, or some kind of neglect from a parent. They're like, I grew up with that and I'm fine. I'm fine. And I'm like, no, you should probably go to therapy. Everyone should probably go to therapy. but like people are just like, well, I went through XYZ terrible things and I'm fine. I don't understand why y'all can't. And it's like,
yeah, that's trauma.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you survived trauma. That's cool, but that shouldn't be the norm. Oh, that's awesome. Women drivers. Yeah, I just people are just like, oh yeah, I got through this thing. You should be able to. It's like, no, you shouldn't force that on anybody. This. I was beat as a child and I'm fine. Are you though? especially if you're bragging about it. Exactly. I got whipped as a child. I got spanked as a child. I'm fine. I guess that's what you consider fine. Oh my goodness. Also, I just wanted to give a nod. I can't find the comment, but Gray earlier mentioned about how asexuals are often overlooked or kind of outcast or judged harsher within the LGBTQIA community. And I wanted to say I lend my support as a fellow asexual. It's fucking hard. And yeah, everyone is not always so accepting within the community. It's maybe better than some of the other communities out there, but it's definitely not perfect. Yes, being bullied builds characters. Does it though? Or does it build depression and anxiety? Just asking from personal experience, just asking. Oh, Rummy. Yeah, the just asking part of it. Oh my gosh. Hey, Liquid Black Beauty. Welcome. I was talking about your Natasha Denona story earlier. I thought that was fucking bullshit. Exactly, iconic.
You read them for filth.
I agree with this, Rachel Joy. If little boys were allowed to express themselves without the influence of toxic masculinity, we wouldn't have to deal with so many terrible men. Yeah.
Yes. I cannot understand. I don't think many people understand that people should not become parents if they can't accept the fact that their kids might be gay, that they might be gender nonconforming, that they might not express romantic interest, that they might not have the same political or religious beliefs that you do. Like, don't have kids if you're going to be upset when they turn out not the way that you think they will be.
You're talking about something so important, and I agree completely. I'm just dying over.
Oh my God.
Scared the shit out of me. Teasing of character anxiety. Get you a girl who can do both. Oh my goodness. But I agree. So many people have kids, but they don't think about the what ifs of what if this person is not the person that I expect them to be. And it's like, if that's your mindset, don't have kids. We were just talking about inclusivity and bullshit responses to criticism about Natasha saying that her bronze palette is all inclusive when the swatches make it look like it's pretty much ashy on dark skin. That is the Natasha shit.
Yeah.
Did
we want to tie this back into the Colourpop conversation?
Of course, sure.
Yeah. Oh my God. 3 and a half hours.
I know. I'm like, I was like, I'm starting to hit my wall, but we can tie it back to the Colourpop and like wrap it up from there.
Yeah. So so going back to the whole Colourpop conversation, I decided that I figured that well, Emily and I were talking, and we wanted to throw
Oh
it back
yes.
to y'all.
I
Kind of.
we should go back. We never went
Oh
back to
yes, yes, yes,
Faye's.
yes. Oh my God, yes.
So Faye had asked in a super chat, thank you again for the super chat, and thank you for reminding me. People asking if we think that J Star and Colourpop should even be mentioned in the new release videos. And I
Right.
would say I would agree with the feeling of like not mentioning them at all, not rather than saying, I know they're terrible, but let's talk about this release, which I know that's something that I've done multiple times, but I'm leaning more towards changing that perspective of how I do those videos. How about you, Alex? How are you feel? What do you feel about that?
I don't know. I think, well, no, actually I do know. I think I totally agree with you. I feel like giving like the time has come to stop giving attention to brands and releases that have shortcomings. I think we've gotten to a point in the community where people can acknowledge like what is considered a good shade range, what is considered inclusive, what is not considered inclusive. And I guess I don't see anything wrong with like people including their in their videos and pointing out that they are not inclusive, but I feel like that should be followed up with you pointing out that you don't plan to buy from that release. Like it's one thing to say that this is a shitty shade range or like there aren't enough to cover people with different complexions, but still buy it and review it for your channel, which kind of undercuts everything that you just pointed out. And then it's another thing to say, this is a release from a brand. I think they can do better. I'm not planning on buying this because it doesn't cater to everybody. And so I feel like if people are going to mention releases from brands like Colourpop, let's say, I feel like Colourpop, it's going to be a lot harder to wean off of mentioning Colourpop in new release videos because they are such a household name. I feel like with Jeffree Star, it's a little bit different because there's been um, a more long-standing presence in the community that this is something that you don't talk about or that you
Mm-hmm.
don't give attention to. Whereas Colourpop, I think fairly recently it's been shown to more people that they are not a brand that people should be supporting. And I think because it's so pervasive, their presence in the beauty sphere, just judging off of how my own collection looks and how much I own from them, it's going to take a long time, I think, for us to see this effect ripple into other people's new release videos. I think because Colourpop releases things all the damn time, when it comes to new release videos, I feel like it's kind of a meme at this point. Like, well, it wouldn't be another week of releases if we didn't talk about Colourpop,
Yeah.
you
I
know?
mean, literally the free square on the bingo card that Teresa and I use for our new makeup nonsense bingo is another Colourpop release.
Yeah.
So, like, it is a thing. But yeah, I think it's gonna be it's tricky, but I agree with Rachel Joy about explaining why it isn't inclusive. Because yeah, some people just speak out of their asses on what it is and isn't inclusive. And again, if you don't maybe get why it isn't inclusive, that's when you need to go to Black creators' Instagrams and YouTube and listen to them. And if you don't necessarily feel comfortable paraphrasing what they say, screenshot their like read their Instagram caption with it on the screen and shout them out. Or like there are things that you can do. Or if you don't feel comfortable, then that's also why I think it's okay to not talk about the release, because I still think there's some I still think in some ways it does feed into the hype. And the reason why I'm leaning more towards like not featuring them at all is because for me, putting something on a new releases video, that is me theoretically making some money from that. Because that's screen time. That's people watching. I can
Right.
put it in the thumbnail. I can get people that way. Now, I don't feel bad. Like my most recent new makeup releases ended on a 10-minute roast of Pastel Skeletor and that Ash palette. Um, I don't feel bad for that because I wanted to say what I said and I said it. But every single video that I do, I don't necessarily want to touch on what Colourpop's releasing or particularly what Pastel Skeletor is releasing because I don't need to give them that attention.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's promotion, no matter even if it's negative.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
So for you, do you feel like moving forward that you're gonna reimagine your bingo cards to not include that square?
I don't know. I need to talk to Teresa about because that's the other thing is for me, new makeup nonsense is a like a duo thing, but to figure that out, I would be okay with that. I don't know if for me, even if I never hit that spot on the bingo card, I would also be okay with that. So I have to think about that, about what I would put there instead, or if I would keep it. But yeah, I'm not sure. Because yeah, I'm making money off of it and I'm giving them attention. So I know that um, that it's a tricky thing to balance. Um, um, there's a lot with her. We won't. It's a whole other topic. Just there is a roundtable video on my channel that talks about some of it, but I would say if you would like to come over to if you would like to join the Discord, you can maybe talk to people over there. That link is to the Discord that I created for, we call it the Legutta Discord. If you happen to be watching and you haven't been in a live that I do with Audra and Kara on Tuesdays and Thursdays, Legutta is our community nickname because we're always talking about something raunchy, and everyone is welcome. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is like they'll just be they'll be on the card, but I'm not really talking about them because I think it's different from like seeing the name Colourpop to here's a release from them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Yeah, I do think that's a good point. I guess, yeah, I guess as a viewer, I would hope that more people are able to open their eyes to everything that the company is doing, or rather what they're not doing,
Yeah.
and be able to identify that this is something that is not okay and hopefully stand up for it.
Yeah.
Like, I feel bad. I feel bad because I think there is a difference to the standards by which we hold larger creators and smaller creators. Like, for example, like I think of how many people I watch that get Colourpop in PR, and how when it comes to being on a brand's PR list, it's going to be a lot more sticky for someone to phase Colourpop out of their video repertoires because they're on a PR list. And it's like, on the whole, Colourpop is more widely accepted as a brand to talk about rather than like Jaclyn Hill and her brand, Morphe, people like Jebediah Starburst and everything like that. So I feel like it's going to be really difficult moving forward for people to actually commit to phasing Colourpop out of their videos. Not even just like you can stop talking about them in makeup release videos, but if you're still on their PR list, like that's not really doing much. Like you're still receiving product from them, you're still using their new releases in your videos. And it's hard because, like, I think about like Andrea Mattiliano or Makeup Just for Fun or Hannah Smoky Glow and Julia Mazzucato. Like, you think about people like Julia, for example, and she has, I don't know how many subscribers she has. I think she has like maybe 30,000 or 20, like somewhere in that range.
Mm-hmm.
And she got added to Colourpop's PR list not that long ago. And same with Hannah. I know that she was added to the Colourpop PR list like at the beginning of the year. And I can imagine that being a smaller creator, that already it's like rare to be on any brand's PR list, but for a brand like Colourpop that is still in a majority of people's good graces, it behooves them to stay on the PR list and have that positive relationship with the brand because people still want to see it. So it's content for them, it's ad revenue for them, it's subscribers for them because people will subscribe to them specifically to see reviews on new Colourpop releases. So I feel like Colourpop has really made its way, it's really clawed its way into a lot of people's like arsenals of makeup. And I can say that because I'm one of those people. I thought to myself, like, okay, Colourpop has been doing some fuck shit and I don't like it. And if I wanted to theoretically stop using all of my Colourpop products, what would that look like? That would be like most of my collection, and that would be extremely difficult. And that just, it showed me like, damn, like I like moving forward, being a more conscious consumer, I would love to diversify the brands that I buy from so that in the future, if something like this does happen again, I would love to just be able to quietly phase out just a handful of products.
Kelsey. Catching us on the tail.
I would love to quiet. Oh yeah. I would love, going back to the Colourpop thing, I would love to be able to, like, I want to diversify my collection more and not have it be so weighted so that so much of it is from a brand.
Yeah.
So that if something like this happens again, I don't have to worry about, like, not being able to look at half my collection because the brand was doing some dumb shit.
I mean, I think for you, like, so one of the things we wanted to talk about, kind of, I think, because we probably soonish wrap this up, but this idea of like what to do next if you're feeling unsure about Colourpop and you have a big collection. And I think that, like, I don't think there's any honor in just like throwing away all your Colourpop stuff. Like, if you're looking at it and it really makes your stomach turn and you really like don't feel comfortable using it, that's obviously a choice you have to make. But if you're more of just like, okay, well, now it's not cool, now it doesn't feel like, and I'm not saying this is how you think, but I think some people might be like, okay, well, now they're not cool to use because they're racist. It's like, if that's the only reason, is because it's to keep up appearances, I feel like that's where it gets a little bit more weird. I do think, though, like, if you truly don't feel comfortable using it, then yeah, declutter, find new homes for it. But I just think I think it's also a personal choice. Like, so to go to some of the so I was gonna say, actually, this ties in because I just saw T's comment. Wait. I think, sorry, I swear I feel like that's related to Linda Hallberg.
Yeah.
So, because I can't find, oh yeah, it was right above it. I'm sorry. I just bought products from Linda and I do like them. I feel weird. I don't think I want to use them on camera, or if I use them, I probably won't link them or name them. I think that's what I want to do. But I just bought them. I don't really I don't know if I want to just like give them away. So I think it's a weird spot to be in where you're like, okay, I don't want to promote this brand. So again, I don't think I would use them on camera, but I don't know if that means I'm just gonna find a new home for them. And I would totally be curious to hear what viewers or feel about it. Like as like for me, because I have a channel and you also have an Instagram account. So like I saw in one of your recent posts you mentioned that you used a Colourpop product, but you didn't tag them. So that there
Mhm.
was no like tie-in in that way. Um so Linda, there's a whole thing. I would say again, go to the Discord. We've talked about it there. It's on the internet. She's done a lot of shit that's inappropriate. Some of it includes blackface. So
Yeah.
yeah, and mistreating employees exactly. And Hillsvale. So it's been a long conversation, but I would say to kind of sum it up, in my opinion, Colourpop has a history of not being inclusive with their formulas, not showing black faces on their social media, only promoting a small amount of people, dismissing a whole Colourpop Me Black movement, only giving credit to it after outrage, after it's had months of activity. And the thing with them is it almost feels more like covert. It's like they've been doing shit that is racist, but I think a lot of people, white people in particular, are just not paying attention to it and not understanding why it is such a big deal. Because we talked about this earlier in the live, but how they're such a big part of the community. So they're setting trends. Um,
Yeah.
they're creating movements within the community, and that is the problem. But did you want to go into like, did you want to talk about what you're thinking about doing for your collection?
Oh yeah. So I was talking to Emily about this. Like I I felt some type of way when Colourpop released their tie-dye collection,
Yes,
and
thank you.
we mentioned that, like Emily and I mentioned that, or I mentioned it in one of her other lives, but we did talk about it at length, and we were kind of like, wow, what a slap in the face. You have this whole like Black Lives Matter thing posted to your account, and you are trying to do better and giving Killer King and Neon Way their flowers for
Yeah.
this movement that they started, and like you're claiming that you're going to be doing better in the future, but your first release after this whole thing are some ashy ass palettes. And like, granted, yeah, some Black creators did get that collection in PR and they made it work, but like, really, you couldn't have postponed your ashy palette release and maybe done your foundation release first? I feel like as a brand, you should have been able to work that out.
Yeah, I agree.
Um,
It felt really, I did not understand why they chose to do that as their first release in the midst of everything happening in the country. It's like, I get that maybe they felt like they were behind because of the pandemic and having to close, but that doesn't mean that you release something that completely dismisses a huge part of the population. I have no idea. I don't follow their social media. Um, yeah.
I don't know. Let me look on their
Oh,
account right now.
so this is linked in the description box. So this goes to what Alex is talking
Yes,
about.
yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah.
um,
So
so
I guess I will continue my thought unless you wanted to include something else, Em.
oh no, go ahead. I'm gonna try to find a reference for the Linda situation while you're talking, in case you see me looking.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, so like Rachel Joy was saying, so this is kind of where my thought process was. I was talking to Emily about this. This is before Colourpop announced their stupid Pretty Fresh Foundation release. But I started to wonder, okay, I did this mental exercise. I was like, okay, what would my collection look like if I were to stop using all of my Colourpop products? And I realized that that would be pretty difficult, especially because a majority of my Colourpops, of my single eyeshadows are Colourpop. The one brow pencil that I found that works for me is from Colourpop. I have like a lot of their eyeshadow palettes, a lot of their stuff again ends up getting integrated into my routine. And so I thought, okay, I follow Panda Replay on Instagram. Her name is Elise. She is a Black content creator. If you don't follow her, please go follow her. She has amazing content. She does project panning. She shows empties. She keeps track of like how much money she ends up using up in her empties. So she keeps a tally of like how much money all of her empties total up to. She is fantastic. She does palette curations, and recently she posted on her Instagram, and I believe Emily has the post linked in the description for this video.
Yes, I do.
Where she started a project that starts on July 1st called Project Panseled. And I understand that not everybody is a project panner. I know that panning is not something that everybody does that is a makeup user, but I did like the idea of having a designated grouping of products from brands that you are kind of canceling. So in the caption of her post, the highlights are that don't start until July 1st, do an inventory, make a pros and cons list, and do your research. And so it's something that is very intentional and it is personal. So in her caption, she says, holding brands accountable is part of a personal journey. Groupthink is dangerous. Base your items on your personal feelings and not what someone is telling you. And then also, canceling is not forever. If you finish a project item in 2 months and that brand has made amends or changes, then share the positive. At this point, you can roll in more problematic brands that if you'd like, but you could do research. Brand loyalty is not more important than people's lives. uh, and then also interacting with other project panners by using the hashtag. So for people in the community who want to participate in this, like on social media, like on Instagram, she does have hashtags. So people would tag her. She lists the rules. Everything is in her post. So I'm kind of just paraphrasing along the way. But I loved this idea. At Emily Original, she is linked in the description. It
Yes.
is pan de replay, and each phrase is separated by underscores, and her name is Elise, and she's on Instagram. I've seen her account grow pretty significantly. I think I started following her like around 1,000 followers, and now she has 2,324, which is amazing. It's funny because I followed her stories when I first found her account. I found her account because Lethal posted her, like reposted a story of hers when she got a bunch of shadows from them, and
Oh,
so
nice.
I was like, oh my God, this is awesome. I don't know of that many Black content creators that buy from Lethal, and I'm curious what their shadows look like on dark skin. And so I
Yeah.
followed her account, and I remember her talking at one point about how she felt guilty that she was going to surpass La Pocket Change in followers because a lot of her
Oh,
content was inspired by La Pocket Change. And I was like, oh my God, I love her so much. And
oh.
so that was kind of my thought process. So we kind of wanted to throw it out to y'all and see if this was something that were interested in participating in, kind of like a choose your own journey sort of thing. So if you want to participate in Elise's Project Pan and specifically focus on your Colourpop products, that's probably something that I will opt to do because I have so many damn Colourpop products in my collection. So focusing on those and kind of panning them and using them up and seeing if you can find alternatives from brands that are more inclusive and actually give a shit about Black people.
Yeah.
Or if you would like to challenge yourself to not using Colourpop for a month and not buy from them for a month, just kind of see how you feel about that.
I'm kind of tempted to. This is so one, the link that's on the screen. That is the video that Panda Replay put up talking about the project. But again, like Alex said, her account and the video is linked in the description box. So is a statement from Neon MUA and Killer King about the whole Colourpop Me Black, like kind of their final statement on it and links to all their socials. I'm kind of tempted to go through my collection and actually pull out anything that's Colourpop and anything that's ABH because I've been feeling very icky about ABH right now,
Yes,
like in the
me too.
last months. And then once I see the pile of things, kind of figure out what I want to do. I did declutter all of my Colourpop eyeshadow palettes. I had like five, like three of the nine, or maybe I had six, four of the nine pans and a couple of other randoms, but I still have like eye pencils and random things. So it's less of a push, it's less of a like a big chunk of my collection. But I think between that and ABH, it might be a little bit of a project to try to work through. But I think my first step is I'm going to pull everything out and kind of just sit it in front of me and be like, okay, do I like any of this stuff? Like, do I want to use it up? Because that's the thing is I'm not about to pan something that I don't like. That's just not
Yeah,
my style.
yeah,
Um,
exactly.
yeah.
I thought it
So,
was I was also telling Emily too, because if any of you were here when we did our if we could only keep 10 eyeshadow palettes live stream back
yes.
in, I think it was May, or I forgot how long ago that was, but when if any of you were
Oh no, you're frozen again. This has been a stream of freezing tonight. Sorry, y'all. Um, yeah, I just want to pull all the stuff out and just kind of see. They're the two main brands in my collection. Oh, maybe I think Alex will pop back in. They're the two main brands that I just don't. Well, and I guess Linda too. Fuck. But yeah, she should be back. I think Alex will be back. But yeah, Linda's I'm not really gonna be able to pan right away because I bought the damn eye pencils. But yeah, I think if I just don't show them on my channel, I'm not sure. Um, yeah, I have a white basket of like that I can clean. Needs to be cleaned out. That's big enough that should be able to hold everything ABH and Colourpop and I guess Linda. Fucking Linda. I'm annoyed with that one. I'm annoyed. I'm pissed off because I just made that purchase after like staring at that brand for years and not wanting to spend the money. So, but not no. Her whole response was trash. And then yeah, ABH, no thank you, and Colourpop, no. She should be back soon, I think, unless the internet is. Thanks so much for hanging out. Great. Have a good night. Yeah, I might. I have to see what I want to do. Um yeah, Lapaka Change basically left social media completely. She is such an inspiration for me. Anytime I do my overhead style palette building videos or singles reorganization videos, totally all from Lapaka Change. Um, totally inspired. Between her and wait, who else was I gonna say? Between her and Makeup Struggles, I've been sad that they both left the internet. Um, See, this is why I went ahead and got rid of them because I just was like, no. But yeah, I'm glad. Oh yes, that's what it was. Casey from Pam Millie said that Pocket Change is doing well. There's so many indie brands that I have now that I'm not super sad about it, and I found so many other brands that I'm not too worried. I'm glad you're back. Hello. Okay, I can hear you.
hello. Hi.
Uh,
I had to switch to my
okay.
phone. Oh my god, this stream got so
um,
janky real fast.
Yes, I was talking about how I miss makeup struggles and the pocket change. And I agree, the pocket change fully inspired me to appreciate duping with the things I already have and celebrating and prioritizing indie brands. I totally agree. Oh, the minty shades totally made me think of the pocket change with the tie-dye collection. Wait, what's going on with Alex again? I think she's frozen. Um, it happens though. It happens. We're probably gonna wrap it up soon, but I'm gonna see if I can get Alex back on here real quick, and then we'll wrap it up because it's been a long stream. Although there's still a lot of y'all with us, which blows my damn mind. There we go. Add to stream. Okay. I know. I was like, we're probably gonna wrap it up soon, but let me at least see if I can get Alex back on before I'm just like, fuck it, we're done. Oh, but people can see your beautiful makeup more in this camera with the eyes.
Thank you.
Yeah, we were just reminiscing on the pocket change and makeup struggles.
Oh my
and
god.
missing both of them.
I miss both of them so much. I loved makeup struggles, a sense of humor. And
Yes.
I think, I don't know, me and you were talking about this the other day, about how makeup struggles was kind of the first one to pioneer, for me at least, like palette redesigns.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
She was so good at that.
I know. It makes me want to step up my Photoshop game. Like I can Photoshop, I just don't have the actual program on my computer.
Right.
Because her like Photoshopped palettes were just so beautiful. And while I can do a lot with my singles, sometimes it's just fun to like create something that's not like sometimes it's not I don't want to swatch a million things. I just want to like look at texture and color on the screen and like make some things. So yeah. Both of them actually between Makeup Struggles palette redesigns and the pocket change in her single eyeshadow stuff, I feel like we're both huge inspirations for the kind of stuff I make actually, once I really started thinking about it. Yeah. Yes, that brown smoky eye.
Oh, cute. I was like, wait, I'm not wearing brown today.
your clean, crisp white manicure with the brown smoky eye. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Emily. I really appreciate that. It was really out of my comfort zone. I was talking with Emily, like we were video chatting while I was doing it, and I was like, I have no idea where I'm going with this, but I'm just winging it, I guess, literally and figuratively, because it was a winged eyeshadow look. I'm so hilarious.
Oh, Thor, I can do Photoshop. I just don't have the program. I guess I could get it now. I don't know. I've been too cheap for it. But I should just get it. Yeah, her redesigns were always because every time I would see these palettes, it'd be like, really? That's what y'all decided to make brands? Really?
Yeah.
And then Makeup Struggle to redesign it, and I'd be like, yes, please, can I have that one?
Yeah.
Yes, I absolutely leave the streams up. I said this at the beginning, but sometimes if you watch it soon after the stream is over, the live chat won't be accessible, but everything else will be here. Otherwise, usually it has to take time to process, and then you can watch with the live chat again.
Yes.
Good night, Toya. Thanks for hanging out with us. Sleep well. Smoky eyes are your fave. I'm getting into deeper colors. Every time I wear them, Alex is like, yes, do that more. And I'm just like, it's not my comfort zone. But yeah, so we're kind of leaving this up to like anyone that feels inspired. If you want to consider panning stuff, and it doesn't just have to be Colourpop, but if it's Colourpop in particular, the brand that makes you feel uncomfortable that you would not like in your collection, you can consider panning them. You could consider separating them from your collection for a month and then seeing kind of how you feel after that month or even a week at a time. You don't have to like go all in. And obviously, if you're just like, it's my makeup, I need to just use it up and not waste my money, that's also fine too.
Yeah.
Like, you know, but it's a choose your own adventure option of how you want to deal with if you're feeling like Colourpop is not the kind of brand that you want to support.
Yeah. Yeah. So I hope that this discussion it doesn't even have to necessarily be about Colourpop, but I hope that this discussion starts a wave of like a different type of conscious consumerism. I feel like conscious consumerism has taken so many forms ever since like the popularization of anti-hauls by Kimberly Clark. Like it's one thing for people to be more conscious consumers in the fact that they consume less, but being more consumeristic and still there's a way to take that a step further. Like you can still consume, but just being more aware of what brands you're supporting. And it's not just like what brands are cruelty free and which ones are not, which ones are only based in the US and they don't like contract out their manufacturing. It's like what Amy said, like be more aware of the types of practices that brands have when it comes to representation of people of all skin tones, how they treat their customers, like all of it. And I know that it can be really exhausting. And I think someone in the Discord was like going to try to make a Google document of brands that are like problematic and which ones are not. But unfortunately, it's never really that cut and dry. Brands can be in the good graces of the collective beauty community. And then overnight it could do something where shit completely hits the fan, and it's a very fluid thing. So you don't even have to agree with Emily and I that Colourpop is worth canceling. It's just more so like be more thoughtful about where you choose to put your money. And like I am a firm believer in you like voting with your dollar, I guess is
I agree. Vote with your dollar.
And like it's one thing to like I personally cannot separate brand owners or things from the brand itself. I know that people want to be able to like separate the art from the artist, but like
I agree.
And I'm watching at length, like if you're watching, like if you don't approve of Colourpop, but you're watching content creators doing videos about Colourpop, you are making them money through ad revenue that is still going towards Colourpop if they make their own purchases. So it's just something to think about.
And you don't have, and also to touch on the part of the beauty community, sometimes a brand can do something terribly shitty and it still doesn't change within the beauty community. Like I think of like Linda Halberg and her and everything that happened, and even like, you know, Kelsey is like, oh shit, I didn't know about that. And it's like, and it's not a dig on Kelsey or anyone in the community, but like sometimes there are things that are happening that you don't have to follow what the beauty community says. Just like you don't have to follow what either of us are saying. You don't have to agree. But if you do see something and it makes you go, I don't feel comfortable supporting that brand, like listen to that. If you want to vote with your dollar. And speaking of another brand that I'm glad I don't have anything in my collection from is Viseart. They are another brand that did some really, their whole reaction to Pull Up for Change spoke very loudly, and I would just say I don't trust them to be like truthful with what they talk about within their own company. So I don't have much in there in my collection. I think I have like one random palette that got decluttered to me, but they're a brand that I'm just like I have no interest in supporting. But it's hard to keep up with everybody, and you know you might want to just try starting with one brand, like we've said, like if Colourpop is too big of a commitment in terms of your collection, but there's another brand in your collection that you don't feel comfortable like supporting, maybe try panning them, or try, you know, taking them out of your collection. Just see what happens. It doesn't have to be an all or nothing thing. You don't have to be a perfect consumer to make a change. But yeah, and I hope y'all follow up. We'll be on the Discord. We can always talk about it there. If anybody has questions about like, I don't know, anything, you know, you find us on Instagram and Twitter and YouTube and all these places. And thank y'all for hanging out with us for so long this evening. I appreciate everybody.
Yeah,
Don't
thank
forget to
you.
go. Oh yeah, I was gonna say don't forget to go check out Alex on Instagram. But go ahead, Alex.
Oh yeah, no, that's it. Thank you for sticking around with us. I know that at one point I saw the chat like go up to like 70. That was awesome.
We were at 108
When?
in the chat. Like there's 108 people in here.
Oh, today?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Yeah. So yeah, y'all are amazing. Thank you for spending your Sunday evening with us. And yeah, I hope everyone has a good night. And I'm gonna click the end broadcast button because that always takes like longer time than I expect. Bye everybody.